Hmm. Hello? 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 Are we here? Hello? How's it going, everybody? It is Friday. You know what that means. It's time to live stream. And away we go. Who do we have here? So far we have Cassidy. So far we have Laura. Hello. Astro, good to see you. Tyler, good to see you. Good to see everybody. We're just going to wait a little bit, give people some time to get in here. It's a very foggy, chilly day where I'm at, but that's okay. How is everybody doing? We got some interesting topics today. I initially wanted to get deeper into 2023 or plan 2024. No, 2025. Hello. I'm still looking into that. It's pretty extensive. It's a lot of reading, first of all. Hey, Katrina just got off of work. No, I haven't seen the Swoop interview yet. I know it's gonna be really, really long. And that is in relation to, I believe, Colleen Ballinger. Swoop. Yeah, this thing is like almost 4 hours. Ooh, that's loud. Hey, Cassie! Good to see you. I guess like when they actually filmed the interview, they were really at it for like 8 hours or more. Wow, this is a lot. Yeah, I'll have to check that one out. I've been still distracted with what's going on with Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt. We're gonna not watch the whole thing, but some parts of this interview of Jodi Hildebrandt's niece, Jessie Hildebrandt, and how pretty much horrible Jodi is. She's definitely pretty much worse, I'd say, than Ruby Franke. However, Ruby Franke still is a terrible fucking person. So this is going to be really telling. Then we have the aliens in Mexico. I actually haven't looked into this at all yet, so this is going to be interesting. And then I don't know why, but Tucker Carlson decided to interview this guy named Larry Sinclair, which is like a really, I don't know. So this guy Larry apparently, supposedly, allegedly had sexual relations with Obama back in the day. And Obama is really like a coke doing bisexual. So with Ruby Franke, yeah, that is the 8 passenger thing. It gets deeper. That's why I have emotional support cheese. Anyways. Yeah, it's like, not that it really does no good to compare Ruby Franke to Jodi Hildebrandt, but if you did, I say Jodi Hildebrandt is the more psychotic one, and I think Ruby Franke had a lot of those tendencies, but then when these two met, and we're going to talk about how they met, I think it was just pretty much a spark in a powder keg. It was like a perfect storm of just sheer psychotic bullshittery. I don't even know how to describe it. Emotional support demon plushie. That's cute. I hate my hair right now. And I don't mean like how like I don't think it looks bad. It's just there's so much of it and I don't know what to do with it, and I think I'm going to cut it really short here. I keep saying that every week. It's going to happen. Just you wait. Hello, MC Heavyset. Good to see you. So, viewing content. We covered a bunch of what was going on with, like, Ruby Franke and how this all really hit the fan when Ruby Franke's child escaped a basement, went to a neighbor's house, covered in wounds, and like had duct tape around his like feet and hands, and asked the neighbor for food and water and help. And we actually listened to some of the 911 call. We didn't listen to all of it. I found the more, no, we listened to like the police CB radio stuff, but I don't think we actually heard the neighbor talking about it. It was really strange. No, I don't think we did. I think I found it afterward and I was like, damn. So I don't know if we'll listen to that, but I just want to focus on Jodi Hildebrandt for a bit because she was also arrested and is also facing 6 counts of felony child abuse. H3 did okay. I think H3 should have. I wish they would have looked more into Jesse Hildebrandt, but I think they did okay looking into that, or just bringing more attention to that. But I really just want to like focus on Jodi Hildebrandt for a minute because I didn't realize she had such an extensive history of being psychotic, because she used to be a licensed therapist, before she got her license revoked. But she was a licensed therapist, and she primarily was a therapist for the LDS church. Pretty much church leaders would recommend members to go see her. She had a really unique way of therapy and just very religious based. You will find as we like look into her that even though she was involved with the LDS church, her own personal beliefs, there's a lot of them that aren't exactly Mormon. It's not really Mormon ideology. So it's really weird. It's like she kind of hijacked what she wanted, what she could get out of it, and then did her own thing. So we're going to look into that. But wait just a couple more minutes, see if people are getting in here. If you haven't yet, please like the stream. I hope you all have had a good week. I hope everything is exciting and wonderful. I don't think anything really exciting has gone on in my week. It's been a pretty average week. Ugh. I know last week with Ruby Franke, we talked about the very short sort of court hearing they had. She appeared on Zoom, but it lasted very briefly, like, I don't know, like 30 minutes, give or take. And first of all, it took them forever to get started because I didn't know you could just log into like a court Zoom and join it like as a public person, but apparently you can. I find that really interesting that that's so lax like that, but they had a hard time getting the actual hearing started because all the people that were signing into that Zoom meeting to like see what was going on were pretty much trolling the whole thing, and it was really hard for them to get it started, which I think is not funny. I mean, I laughed. I laughed. Okay, I laughed, but it's in a way I'm just like, this isn't funny. Like we're trying to get some motion going with this case because I think we're going to be looking at the progress of this for a really long time. I think it's going to be very in depth. It's going to go way into the family history. A lot of investigation. What's the difference between LDS and RLDS? I think RLDS is, it's not like the FLDS. I'm not sure exactly. I don't, is it reformed? RLDS versus LDS. There's a lot of different branches of Mormonism. It's not just like the one main one. I mean, I went to the main Brigham Young like Orthodox, but let's see. Oh, the that's right. The reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The reorganized. Did that, I think this was, is this the one where it was the sect of Mormons where after Joseph Smith died, they believed that the position of the prophet should go to directly to his son, but they decided to give it to Brigham Young instead, and so they just kind of parted. I think so. In church, blah 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 blah. I'm trying to hit the head on the nail, or the nail on the head. A movement away from a belief that the denomination was the restored church. Okay, so it's not that? So it just wants to transform itself to be more like Christianity, I guess. Is, oh, maybe that's what they're doing? I don't know. I really don't know. Usually referred to as the Utah Church or the Mormon Church, McMurray cited in 1960 World Tour. Huh. The RLDS Church was founded by the confederation of a number of smaller groups that declined to migrate with Brigham Young to Utah Territory. Or follow any of the others vying to become the successor to Joseph Smith. Prior to the 1860 Amboy Conference, in which the church was formally reorganized into RLDS Church, numerous doctrinal differences were espoused by the leaders of the various splinter groups. Following reorganization, these differences were solidified into a litany of what might be called wedge issues that would distinguish it from Young's LDS Church in Utah. So yeah, they pretty much just denounced anybody who wasn't Joseph Smith, I guess. Weird. I'm more mainstream Brigham Young Mormon rather than... I'm a pioneer Mormon. Weird stuff, man. Anyways, let's move on to this. Goo! Look at all these goddamn ads. What is fucking happening here? This is ridiculous. We really just don't need all that, okay? I guess I really didn't need to do that. Okay, let's try this, since I have to be reading anyways. This is frightening how many ads are on this. I thought I had an ad blogger. Block. I guess I can't. Oh, it already is. So, anyways. YouTuber mom Ruby Franke and husband Kevin secretly separated 13 months ago over a difference of opinion about their parenting before her arrest for child abuse. This is where it's going to get crazy. She's 41 years old, secretly separated from her husband Kevin 13 months ago. Is claimed he left because they had differences of opinion about parenting. The 41-year-old was charged with 6 counts of felony child abuse. Okay. YouTuber Ruby Franke secretly separated from her husband Kevin 13 months ago over a difference of opinion about their parenting before her child abuse arrest. Ruby, 41, was charged with 6 counts of felony child abuse after her 12-year-old son was found with open wounds and duct tape on his limbs. She was arrested along with her business partner Jodi Hildebrandt, which is, we're going to use this to just sort of recap, and then we're going to focus more on Jodi Hildebrandt for a while. On August 30th on aggravated child abuse charges. Aggravated. This is I'm aggravated. Kevin's attorney, Randy Kester, claimed that the 44-year-old father didn't see his children and wasn't aware that Ruby had moved them to Ivins, Utah, about 4 hours from Salt Lake City. Law and Crime reported. I believe that. Kester claimed that Ruby had been controlling Kevin emotionally because she knew how much he valued their marriage. Well, marriage in the Mormon religion is your key to the highest degree of heaven. So, yeah, it's a big fucking deal if a marriage doesn't work out. If it doesn't work out, then there's some serious spiritual threats there. Hey, David, good to see you. Ugh. I don't like my hair. All right. It was his desire to be able to get back with the family and preserve his marriage, Kester told the outlet. Kevin never had any reason to believe that his children were being abused. That is hard to believe. That's hard to believe. But that's the question on everybody's mind. What was the, like... We'll see. We don't have everything together. And whether we like it or not, people are innocent until they're proven guilty. Marriage is the highest degree of heaven. That's depressing, says Astro. Yeah, it is. It's like... You get married or you die for all eternity. So, anyway, speaking to page 6, Kester said he couldn't comment on the marriage as he didn't represent Ruby, but confirmed the pair were still legally married. The Utah-based attorney also claimed that their marriage began to fall apart after Ruby started working with Hildebrandt. That I believe. Because that's when we started covering Ruby last year. Is when she broke off from the family. It was like obvious, like he wasn't really around in the picture. Suddenly it wasn't really a family vlog project. Suddenly it was just Ruby and this other lady starting this connections company where they would give life advice to parents. Does anyone here think that Jodi and Ruby had a thing going on? Yes, I had that moment like earlier today when I was looking into, I'm just like thinking about the dynamic between them two, and I'm just like, there's no evidence, but I mean, I don't know. My radar is going off. I'm like, I'm just wondering if there's a little fling going on there. You know what I'm saying? a little a little affair of some sorts. Oh God. Hey, Susan. See, Susan thinks so. There's no, I don't know, just the way it looks, it's like, the more the pictures put itself together. I'm sorry, I'm eating a piece of cheese. There's no more cheese, it's gone. I forgot to bring a garbage bag in here. Damn it. I'm gonna have to line my empty cans up on my desk like a slob. Anyways. Yes, it's my personal opinion. It's my opinion that these two, in my head, I ship them together. So, the Utah-based attorney also claimed that their marriage began to fall apart after Ruby started working with Hildebrand. He says she manipulated him in conjunction with Ruby, that she's kind of the spearhead towards essentially destroying his life and destroying his family, Kester shared. Why is my mouse so, like, jagged? It, like, scrolls too much when I just hit the wheel. Anyways. Oh, that's easier. Kevin is working to regain custody of his minor children, who remain in the custody of the state. Ruby and Hildebrand were arrested on 2 accounts. I don't know why they say her first name and then Jodi's, like, last name. Like, Ruby and Jodi were arrested. That's not a thing. Arrested on 2 accounts of aggravated child abuse in the late August and have since been slapped with an additional 4 counts after being locked up. So in her first public appearance last Friday, Ruby was a contrast to her picture-perfect social media presence, as she learned that she and her partner would remain behind bars without bail. Speaking exclusively to Daily.com, Ruby's family revealed that they hope she'll be put away forever while distancing themselves from their estranged relative. Ruby's sisters-in-law Cynthia and Jennifer Franke said they believed the abuse allegations since the mother of 6, adding that they were shocked and sickened. During a court appearance last week, Ruby made astonishing claims that one of her minor children SA'd one of their siblings and other children. And Cynthia says, I don't know what to believe from her. I think she's lying. You and a lot of us. And then she says she's putting the blame on her 2 kids to validate what she did to her children. At this point, I think she'll say anything to save herself. Okay, this is like one of those moments, okay, where like we start to sew the bigger picture together. We start to see things. So keep Ruby's allegations about her children and put a little bookmark in that and just put it to the side. Just save it, okay? Because it's gonna pop up again when we look into Jodi and what happened with Jodi's niece. So, okay, we're gonna have some aha moments, and I was gonna save the thing about Ruby and Jodi being together like for later, but since we jumped the gun there, we'll just go ahead. I'm pretty sure like this feels like they like each other. Just saying. It's my opinion. Cynthia, who is the wife of Ruby's husband's cousin, older brother, read Jan. Cynthia, who is the wife of Ruby's husband, Kevin's older brother, Alan. So Kevin's older brother, Alan's wife. Why did they have to word that was difficult. What the hell is that sentence? I feel like that could be easier said. I just, like, my brain short-circuited. We had no idea what was going on in the family. So they were essentially just like, all their family members were really estranged from it and haven't like spoken in decades because they already had problems, and nobody like Ruby thought Ruby was a bitch to begin with. So they're like, so they really didn't have much insight or look into what was going on at home. Anyways, Jennifer Franke, 42, who is married to Kevin's brother Aaron, said, Ruby isn't really my cup of tea. I've never really liked her from day one. She's always thought she was better than anyone she's around. If you look up narcissist in the dictionary, there will be a picture of Ruby. Jennifer wanted to make it clear that her family was not affiliated with Ruby, adding that they have gotten a lot of hate since the arrest. That's nasty. They don't... I'm sure because people are angry and they're going around to the family being like, how did this happen? Who was, like, not watching? Like, how? How did this happen? Why aren't you saying anything? We demand answers immediately. It's like, you gotta be chill. These online Nancy Drews, I just don't know about that. I think sometimes they hurt more than they help. I definitely don't advocate for contacting people like that. Um, None of us Frankies knew about any of the abuse, she said, adding that she hasn't seen Ruby or Kevin in about a decade. That I believe. I personally believe that. Jennifer added that the rest of the Frankies looked down on Ruby for starting her popular YouTube channel, 8 Passengers. Yeah. Ruby and Hildebrand have... Ruby and Jodi. I don't know why they have to do Hildebrand. That's so weird. Ruby and Jodi have both been previously criticized for their teaching on parenting, collaborating on Hildebrand's life counseling service, Connections. Jennifer said the family heard that Jodi moved into the Franke family house between 2021 and 2022. That's odd. That's weird. Why is Jodi having to move into their house with them? That's what I'm saying. There's a little more adulting stuff going on here that I think... It was a cult. Kevin was in a men's group at Connections. He had a checklist of what he needed to do to be better, and if you did, they would praise you, and if you didn't, they would chastise you, she said. When Jodi moved into the family's Springville marital home, one of the first things she did was separate Ruby and Kevin. It was most like the movie's War of the Roses. Never seen it. Ruby was living on one side of the house and Kevin was living on the other. Kevin couldn't talk to Ruby unless Jodi was present. Oh, Jodi's the jealous type. That, I'm sorry, that, Kevin moved out last July 2022. He lived in a townhouse near the family home where he had a minder from Connections that would stay with him at the house and watch over him. A minder? He moved out last July in 2022. He lived in a townhouse near the family home, so near the family home, where he had a minder from Connections, so a person that would stay with him at the townhouse and watch over him. Jennifer said that Ruby and Kevin's oldest child, Sherry, 20 years old, came to her and said she wasn't allowed to speak to her father. That's interesting. I'm leaning to thinking that that's what was going on. The more we just pay attention to Jodi, okay? Never mind Ruby. We can maybe even pretend that she's a little bit of a victim, which that can be. That you can be a victim and an abuser at the same time. It's usually not like perfect, like the perfect victim. Actually, the children are that. The children are the perfect victims in this case, but... So, Jennifer said that Ruby and Kevin's old... Oh yeah, we read that. Sherry told us that Kevin was kicked out last July 2022. At the time, we never knew about Jodi and the influence she would have on the family. At the time, Sherry told us, my dad won't talk to me. He won't take cell phone calls, answer emails, etc. She continued telling Jennifer that my dad thinks he's a horrible person. There's another bookmark thing. They, Ruby and Jodi, have him brainwashed believing he is a bad person. We're going to see this theme a lot with Jodi. She continued telling Jennifer, my daddy thinks he's a horrible person. Okay. Sherry tried contacting her father after he moved out, but he blocked everyone on social media, and off his cell phone and an email and everything. I lost my spot. That was scary. Okay, I feel bad for Kevin. He's like almost brainwashed. I feel sorry for him. I've known Kevin since he was 11 years old. He's a good guy. Ruby and Jodi brainwashed him into moving out and abandoning his family. After Ruby was arrested, my husband called Kevin and told him if he needed anything to let him know. And Kevin responded by saying, "Gaslighting is real. This is messed up." In some ways, I think Kevin, to an extent, is also a victim. He was always more nurturing, always the nurturing one in the relationship. Well, I don't think both of them did any great job, but I guess he was the lesser of two evils. I don't know. That's where there's still some scrutiny and some like squinting going on here. Anyways, I keep asking myself, why didn't Kevin go back to his children? I have to believe none of us know the entire story. Ruby first rose to fame for her strict parenting style, which blew up online and made her millions of dollars, she claimed. And that's the wife of the Kevin's brother. She racked up more than 2.2 million subscribers for documenting their day-to-day endeavors on social media, along with husband Kevin. The pair stopped uploading videos in January 2022. An 8 passengers page was taken down completely from the website earlier this year. When asked why she left YouTube behind, months later she said she opted to stop uploading videos because she wanted to save her kids. Okay. Yeah, you really care about the children. Think of the children! In July, she was called out online after a video surfaced of her allowing her daughter to go hungry after the young girl had forgotten to make her own lunch before school. Okay, we're just recapping real quick on that. The teacher called, said, "Hey, your kid doesn't have a lunch. The girl's sick and Ruby's like, "Well, she said she made it and she didn't, so she can go hungry." In a video. So that got a lot of scrutiny. Is that how they ended that? Anyways. So we recapped a little bit. Now, focusing on Jodi Hildebrandt, who at some point inserted herself into the Franke family. And this began when Ruby and Kevin had one of their children go see Jodi for therapy. And that's how they got connected, and they hit it off really well. I mean, it got to the point where Ruby got involved with Jodi's whole connections thing that I guess she already had going. Jodi definitely already had a reputation and sort of a little bit of a following. Okay, she was already doing therapy work for the church, for members of the church. You know, the church leaders would recommend their members to go see her, and she was really popular within the church and very much self-ingratiating on a religious level. Like, Jodi literally believes like Christ works through her, so that's a red flag. JodiHildebrandt.com turns out to be a website about her. License on probation. So her license isn't active. And so Jodi Hildebrandt had her license put on probation by the Utah Clinical Mental Health Counselor Licensing Board for 18 months, effective January 25, 2012. Below is a detailed information on the probation situation and resolution. Corn therapist Jodi Hildebrandt, don't laugh at me, I have to say things that way, violated state law and disciplined for telling LDS Church BYU about man. So, a addict therapist, for those sort of, which, you know, when you're doing therapy, church-based therapy, especially in a mainstream church such as Mormonism, it's mostly going to be about how you don't touch yourself and don't look at porn. And apparently there's that kind of addiction. So anyways, and there's not, I mean, we'll get into corn addiction later. Anyways, So the therapist has been reprimanded by the state for discussing a patient without his permission with his LDS church leaders and Brigham Young University. All of the claims made by Jodi Hildebrandt were false, the man asserts, but they led to his loss of privileges in the church and his ejection from BYU. In quotations, he says, "She just lied wherever she went to further an agenda to destroy my life." And he objected to the bills that were as high as $2,000 a month for her amazing wisdom. He says, "We came there for marriage counseling, and she pulled us into her corn marathon." And I guess this isn't like the first instance of this. A lot of couples who go to Jodi for marriage counseling, and somehow she would manipulate the situation to say that the marriage was having troubles because the man was having a corn addiction and porn. I'm just going to say porn. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say corn anymore. So anyways, she would always convince the wives that the husbands have a porn problem, and then she would make them separate, and really strange stuff. So pretty much what she's been doing with Ruby and Kevin. She got into their marriage and ended up separating those two, even going so far as to moving in with them. So Hildebrandt, a professional counselor, is on probation for 18 months and must meet 22 conditions or she could lose her license. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints said Wednesday that Hildebrandt is no longer on LDS Family Services referral list due to the case. Yeah, because ultimately she took the information from counseling sessions about that man that she convinced him he had a porno addiction, and she went to his church leaders, and the church leaders punished him by taking away his magical Mormon powers, and he got ejected from BYU, which is Brigham Young University. That's still a college, so really tried to ruin his life. Yeah, you can't do that. So that's why her license was not, was on probation for that. And then the church decided to not allow her to be on their recommendation list because, as I said before, even though Jodi and Ruby are involved with LDS religion, Mormon religion, coming from that, they have their own idea of it. So they're very strange. They definitely they've taken ideas from that and they're making it done themselves. I'm really curious. I don't know much about like what they actually believe, but I'm wondering if they would be for ordained women, because only men get ordained with the priesthood in the Mormon church. So, but there is like a group of Mormons that believe women should also be ordained. So it's like ordained women like movement. So I wonder if they would be into that, or I have no idea. Porn marathon. Hey, Melinda, good to see you. So, anyways, Jodi is the director of Lifestar Utah County, a franchise of national company based in Utah that specializes in pornography and sexual addiction. Excessive use of pornography is not recognized as a disorder by the American Psychiatric Association. That was the conversation I kind of wanted to branch into for a minute, because there's really nothing to say that there's really not much to say that it's actually an addiction. It's definitely a thing. It's more of it's a compulsion issue. It's a compulsion issue, and you can deal with it through counseling and cognitive behavior work and stuff like that. But nobody is actually addicted to pornography. Like, that's not a thing. It's not, you're not addicted to the porno. It's a compulsion problem. Hey, Spiral, good to see you. Yeah, try maybe I think on the page you can click get notifications. You might unclick it and click it again, see if maybe that helps fix that. But I'm glad you made it this far. We're diving into Jodi Hildebrandt, which is the partner of Ruby Franke. So, anyways, the conditions on Hildebrandt's license include working under a supervisor approved by the Utah Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing. The supervisor will in on videotape or audio tape at least one clinical session a month and review 20% of her patients' files, according to a January order from DOPL. The supervisor will also instruct her on issues relating to confidentiality, boundaries, and relationships. She may also need to undergo a psychological evaluation and complete treatment if necessary. Hildebrandt did not return a phone call or email message. In the DOPL order, she agreed that her actions violated the state law and the American Counseling Association Code of Ethics. Hildebrandt's lawyer, Robert Harrison, said that in an email that her license is active and her practice has and will continue without interruption. Okay, in 2008, Hildebrandt provided therapy to a married couple identified by DOPL only as John and Jane Doe, who later divorced. John Doe agreed to do an interview, but asked not to be identified because he fears repercussions from the therapist. He has subsequently been told that he can return to study at BYU if he chooses, and he is currently a member of the church. Okay, so we got that back. So between 2000, and this is like 10 years ago. This is before this whole 8 passengers thing. So this is something that's been going on already with Jodi Hildebrandt, and that's something that I really want to highlight and focus on with her. Is like how much of a disaster this is with Ruby Franke's children, and like how it was coming from 10 miles away. Like if you take a look, it's like, wow, you could really see that coming from fucking ever ago. It was just a matter of time. Anyways, repeatedly discussed the couple with her LDS clergy and other mental health therapists without having signed authorization. Okay, no, you can't do that as a doctor. You can't discuss anything about your patient without their permission. In 2009, she talked about John Doe to Honor Code office at BYU. In those conversations, Doe said she accused him of having serious problems, but never actually diagnosed him or spent enough time with him to do so. She spent hardly any time knowing about my life, he said. She didn't want to talk about my personal goals or my progress. She would only threaten me that if I don't take more sessions and have my wife take more sessions, the alleged addiction would destroy my life. In addition, while Hildebrandt was providing therapy to Jane Doe, she allowed the woman to work in her clinic without documenting whether she had been giving the patient information about the benefits or risks of blurring their therapeutic relationship. In an interview, John Doe said the couple had been referred to Lifestar for marriage counseling by the LDS bishop, whose brother co-founded the Murray-based National Lifestar Network. Based in Murray? That's where I grew up, Murray, Utah. It licenses others to use its counseling materials. Anyways, John Doe said he did not have addiction issues, and once he began to question Hildebrandt's therapy, which cost $12,000 to $2,000 a month, his personal life started to unravel. He believes Hildebrandt was using his marriage as a leverage for me to pay everything, he says. Todd Olson with Lifestar Network in Murray said he is aware of the discipline order against Hildebrandt. He said she is licensed to use the company's materials, but she is not an employee and she has no authority over Utah County office. Olson said Lifestar is on the LDS Church's authorized referral list for sex addiction therapy. The church has recently emphasized the dangers of pornography. Hildebrandt was listed as a speaker addressing pornography at the 2010 BYU Women's Conference. To be licensed in Utah as a professor or professional counselor, a therapist must have a master's degree or doctorate in mental health counseling or an equivalent degree. It must be from a school accredited by one of several professional councils selected by Utah Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing. DOPL also sets standards for the types of coursework required. All right. Here's more about that case of like her violating this man's privacy. And updates. It's just more like detailed information into that thing. But as we're seeing where her problems are there. I suspect she did the same thing to Ruby and Kevin. I think she got in there between them and she started accusing Kevin of having some porno addiction and telling Ruby that she needs to stay away from him. And Ruby being somebody that's like Jodi in the sense that they both are very like psychotically dedicated to their idea of God. It's like God and nothing else above that. So there are two people that we even watched openly admit verbatim that if a child doesn't want anything to do with them, then that's for the best. They don't want anything to do with the child either. So they're willing to throw children under the bus and marriages under the bus for whatever sanctified relationship they have with their God. So this is a very strong theme that, as we can see, documented Jodi Hildebrandt has had a problem with in the past. So, and this, we're reading problems back in 2010, 2012. I mean, this has been coming. This has been coming for a long time. Let's see. Is Jodi Hildebrandt LDS? In short answer, yes, she is LDS, and but her teachings are not in line with the LDS Church. She heavily mixes in the doctrine of LDS Church, so Mormon people will trust more of what she is selling. As people progress from their basic classes to advanced group classes, LDS doctrine is mixed even more heavily with her teachings. Jodi regularly teaches that local church leadership, such as bishops and stake presidents, are in distortion. Oh, that's where we're getting that from. And they need to learn what she is teaching. I gotta blow this up bigger. I cannot fucking see that. Okay. Jodi regularly teaches that the leaders are in distortion and that they need to learn what she is teaching in order to effectively live in truth. You see how self-ingratiated she is? She's saying that the leaders are in distortion and they need her. They need her to go and teach them how to effectively live in truth. She also implies that her methods and classes are on par with what the president of the church, the actual prophet, teaches. So she's like, I teach more closer to the prophet. She does so in a lighthearted way, but the effect is leading people to distrust church leadership and reinforces her role as an oracle, which is how people have described her. Yeah, we're going to get into how she'll have dreams and actually believe they are prophecies and act based on those, which is a perfect example of why you should not do that. All right. She is a magical oracle. She's a black angel of death. That's what she is for marriages and children. Yeah, when the church leaders aren't even good enough for her. Now, I don't like the church at all. I think they're all full of shit. But for her to be that, not just like, hey, there's an idea that's about these people, but she's like, me, I am the one. I am the queen bee. The queen bee of Beehive State. Jodi does not teach love and forgiveness, long suffering, or patience. Long suffering? Okay. Instead, she teaches that unless everyone comes to her classes to learn how to have correct relationships, they are in distortion. They are addicted, codependent, and lost. She proclaims her teachings are truth. Jodi describes them as equivalent to gravity, absolute and irrevocable. She alone is able to help people find enlightenment and connection with an X, and teaches her students to put up boundaries with their friends and family, which effectively cuts everyone out of their lives that will not listen and learn of her doctrine. When her license was put on probation for violating state law, the church released a statement saying that Hildebrandt is no longer on the family services referral list. Okay. And it's so funny, they actually have a warning in their handbook. This is like a statement from the church, and I'm sure they added this after this all happened. The church itself said many private groups and commercial organizations have programs that claim to improve self awareness, self esteem, spirituality, or family relationships. These groups tend to promise quick solutions to problems that normally require time, prayer, and personal effort to resolve. Although participants may experience temporarily relief or exhilaration, previous problems often return, leading to added disappointment and despair. Some of these groups claim or imply that the church or individual general authorities have endorsed them. However, these claims are not true. Church members are warned that some of these groups advocate concepts and use methods that can be harmful. Many groups also charge exuberant fees, and she was charging like nearly $2,000 a month, and encouraging long-term commitments. Some combine worldly concepts with gospel principles in ways that can undermine spirituality and faith. Church leaders are not to pay for, promote, or endorse such groups or practices. Church facilities may not use it. So the church is like, fuck this. We don't do that. Anything that's going to jeopardize their image. Jodi definitely is a threat to that. Which is funny because I think in some ways Jodi Hildebrandt actually magnifies problems of church attitudes, because it's not like she's getting those ideas by herself. I mean, what's the difference between Jodi Hildebrandt claiming that she's some divine worker and teaches the living in truth? What's the difference between her and Joseph Smith, who's like, I am the one with the one and true gospel here to deliver it to you? It's like you're really picking and choosing who gets to boldly state that they're doing divine work. So, as we know now that Jodi Hildebrandt has got some deep past into this that started long before Ruby Franke. Ruby Franke was still always her own bag of crazy, and they have a lot of similarities. You can see a ton of similarities in their attitudes. Like they're all about that, but it just happened to be just a really bad, I'd say, like perfect storm. Jodi Hildebrandt is an author, life coach, and founder of the Creator of Connections classroom based in Orem, Utah. The curriculum is strongly based, not anymore, there's no more curriculum now, girls. Strongly based on her 5 years of experience working at Cirque Lodge at a drug rehabilitation center that focuses on treating addiction. Her whole theme is like treating people with addictions, but then she like carefully manipulates people into thinking they have addictions when they really don't. Anyways, after leaving the lodge, Jodi designed and created Connections 101 course, which is the basis for teachings throughout the various counseling programs that are offered through her Connections classroom. You can read reviews about the Connection classroom as well as information regarding her license being on probation. We already kind of looked into that. We didn't really look at the reviews, but pretty much a bunch of people are saying, Jodi ruined my life and my marriage and my children hate me. Anyways, being addicted, she talks about that, living in shame and denial. These are like her core teachings. She's got a big thing about everyone has shame that they're not addressing. And that's the reason we have like depression and stuff like that. So you have to like confess of your sins and purge your sins. It's going to get really psycho. See, being codependent in your relationships, living in lust. Oh, you wouldn't want to do that. Controlling and manipulating others. Jodi asserts everyone is in distortion and all experience the above, but she can help you to overcome distortion and live in truth. Jodi teaches that 3 core principles must be developed in order to truly connect with anyone to avoid distortion. If you or others do not practice these principles, they are considered in distortion. Boundaries need to be set to distance yourself from these individuals so you are not drawn into distortion with them. These core principles of connection are being impeccably honest, rigorous personal responsibility, and humility, which, if you view these things as a normal fucking person, they're not bad traits to have at certain times when they're appropriate. Katrina's like, breaking news, new church doctrine now called JLDS. Jodi's LDS, yes. These principles are reinforced each week by requiring class members to call other students when they feel they are in distortion. The men call the men and the women. Each week in class, students are asked publicly or asked publicly account for the number of phone calls they made that week. Even though shame is discussed at length in the course, this is not considered public shaming. Although people are sold on the promise of enduring and deeper connection to their relationships, unfortunately, what they often actually experience is deeper loneliness and isolation from those they love. The person actively trying to implement Jodi's teachings often has diminished emotional intelligence and confusion over loved ones' responses. Jodi implies her teachings are absolute and are the only way to true happiness in relationships. Instead of learning skills to solve problems through positive and healthy communication with others, they are instead required to reach out to the untrained and unlicensed individuals in their class on several weekly phone calls. So she just has people checking on people, and you're just talking with another person. You're not actually talking to any licensed professional about all your problems, all your secrets, and anyways, although weekly phone calls are required for the assignments, they can often develop into daily phone calls with multiple people. These individuals develop a bond by sharing vulnerable experiences with each other and validating each other's experience. As they continue these patterns, they distance themselves from their families and build stronger relationships with their connections family. Family and friends are confused about the new term distortion, and a whole slew of other new terminology declared to them to be the only and absolute way to connect. They are then encouraged to attend classes so they too can learn how to not be in distortion. If their family or friends ask questions or raise concerns about the teachings, the student often immediately makes a phone call to their connection support group so as to not be drawn in distortion with their family or friends. They then confirm and reinforce Jodi's teachings of one-of-a-kind relationship, which allows only her teachings to be, or only allows her teachings and no one's else. This is crazy. In addition to the Connections 101 classroom, students are encouraged to attend group, which is a weekly meeting with Jodi and other students to discuss in a more intimate setting how they were in distortion throughout the week. They are encouraged to call people in their group when they find themselves in distortion during the week. The revenue from these group and connections classes is conservatively estimated to exceed $30,000 a month. Jodi often remarks and relishes the fact that people either love me or hate me, she says, for what I am teaching. Students she has convinced that her way to connecting relationships is the one and only true way to her. The people that her teachings are being applied to usually hate her. They are told they are emotionally and verbally abusive and addict of all kinds. See, Jodi convinces them that they're, an addict. Codependent in the relationship, in distortion, not humble, not impeccably honest, not rigorously responsible. Their spouse or friend associate has changed over the course of the few weeks, and they are now the main problem in the relationship. Unless they change and learn these new skills from Jodi, they will be cut off in the relationship. New physical and emotion boundaries will be put in place in time, anytime they or their support group deem that you are in distortion. So it's a lot of building a sort of community that constantly watches each other and just constantly talks about this concept of distortion, like obsessing over it. So do you all think we've got a really good grasp of like the way Jodi is thinking and where this is coming from? And isn't it interesting that this is going back to like 2010, 2012 with her getting into trouble with her license and, breaking doctor-patient confidentiality? Like, what do you think? Kind of interesting, isn't it? It sounds like an accountability buddy thing like the Pentecostal church does. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. And it goes so far that your actual friends and family, if they don't follow your thing about distortion, then and they don't believe in Jodi's teachings, then you're encouraged to cut them out of your life. So Interesting. So now we're gonna watch just some of this from Jodi Hildebrandt's niece. So Jodi's, I think it's her father's sister. So Jodi's brother's daughter, Jessie. I believe that's what it is. Grew up partially like in her more of her teen years, spent some years with Jodi under Jodi's care and experienced some horrific abuse. And we're going to find that they're going to be the same themes that we're seeing all the way up to this case with Ruby making accusations about her children. I have to pee, so hold on. Oh, hi, Elise. Good to see you. Ooh, it's hot now. Okay. Pull the hair up. I don't know. If I have my hair up too long, I kind of get a headache. But then if it's down, it annoys me. Hello, Lucifer. All right. We're not going to watch this from beginning to end, but we're going to watch some interesting. Try to get to the more main parts.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another.
This is from Mormon Stories podcast. It's a podcast dedicated to ex-Mormons. Sorry, I know the tune's loud. So this is Jessie. This is the niece of Jodi Hildebrandt. It goes by they them. Grew up in California. Um, Had a pretty good childhood. Got into her, started getting in her older years, in her preteens, teens, and ended up in a situation where Jodi was her main like caretaker essentially. So
with their father, with my grandfather, Jay. Um, and they had a pretty wild childhood. I mean, my dad is the eldest of seven. Um, so he was born in 1960. My grandpa was a colonel in the Air Force. They lived in Tripoli in North Africa for a number of years. And I also want to say, like, the grandfather that I had was not the father they had, and I know that. Like, the person that I knew was a soft little marshmallow man, like that read Shakespeare. I'm certain that's not the experience they had.
So her father, is Jodi Hildebrandt brother. So they had a pretty rough childhood, themselves. And 7 kids, that's a pretty large family.
Um, but yeah, my grandfather was a military man. My grandmother was a force to reckon with. She, not, I would say, in my experience as a granddaughter, not maternal in any way, shape, or form. Hard.
The old farm type. The Depression era people.
Hard woman. 5'10", 5'11", tiny powerhouse of a woman. Terrifying. My father's brother, there was a sibling death that happened, and I know.
I'm probably gonna. Oh shit. Probably speed it up just a little.
That had a very.
Oh, that was slower. Hello.
Immense emotional toll on my grandfather and my grandmother. But my dad and Jodi they're pretty far apart in age. So I don't even know how much of their childhood, like how much crossover there was. Because Jodi, I think, is the youngest or second youngest. I can't remember if Roman or Jodi is the youngest, but there was a pretty big age gap. I don't know about Jodi's childhood. She would say things, but again, I don't know what is true or what isn't true. She made really wild claims about siblings, about my grandfather, about my grandparents. From what I understand.
Oh no, Lise, you're not feeling well. I'm sorry. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy.
Fostered children from the Navajo tribe because they lived in Arizona for a long time. She made claims about the children that they fostered. But Jodi started, from what I understand, this whole process of like destroying people's lives, I think, very young. I know that she was trying to ruin someone's like a teacher's life. And again, this is really hard. I don't know if there was truth to this, but I think she was trying to get a teacher fired when she was in high school, and she got her therapist's license taken away, and I don't know if if it started out as truth, as she was doing something that that needed to be done, and then that spiraled into what she's doing now, or if this has been this type of behavior from the beginning. I don't know.
From what you know, did Jodi have a normal teen? Were Jodi and your dad raised in Southern California? Was it in Utah? And was there anything disturbing or troubling or abnormal about Jodi's teen or young adult years that you're aware of? There's speculations about her that I don't necessarily want to feed. But do you think she had a normal developmental Mormon childhood and young adult years, or do you know anything about that you are able to share?
I don't really know a lot. I know that something that my grandfather told me, because I lived with him. I lived with my grandparents alongside living with Jodi in the beginning, when I first moved, when I was first left in Utah. And my grandfather was also my 8th grade English teacher, and so I've always had a really close relationship with him. He told me that if he could redo the way he raised his daughters, he would, and that he felt like I was a redemption for that.
Something happened
this is before the abuse got
something happened during Jodi's upbringing then.
Really bad. So I think he would probably not agree with that anymore. He passed away a number of years ago, but I don't think so. She was a basketball player. She was a really good basketball player. I don't think she had a lot of friends. I think that I don't know if she had a lot of friends, but nothing. I don't think anything abnormal. She was raised in Tucson, Arizona. I think that's the only place that she lived.
They talk right here a little bit about maybe Jodi repressing a lot of stuff. What? Jodi didn't have a lot of friends? I would have never guessed. Yeah.
same-sex sexuality, which we are LGBTQ affirming on Mormon Stories podcast. But I think it's fair when you see so much hatred towards the LGBTQ community, sometimes that is actually just repressed, same-sex sexuality. Is there any information you have about that, or is that just purely something you can't speak to really?
I can't really speak to it. It's something that, I thought it's all speculation.
Yeah. Okay.
I've thought that since I was a kid.
That what?
That potentially she was queer. And I am queer. So I'm for it. I think it's great.
I think she's queer. I think her and Ruby are having a fling. That's why she worked so hard to make Ruby's husband go away.
Well, great. Waters are warm. But I have no idea. She did say something to me when I was living with her that was very strange, because I've known I was queer since I was 7, and it was experimenting with girls and friends since I was 7 or 8. She knew about that, and it was very bad. It was very evil. But then she said something to me. She had this friend, her name's Bev. She said something to the effect of, yes, being gay is evil and, pleasures of the flesh and yada, yada. But if I were to have sexual relationships with my friends, if we were to, it would be different, because there's a deep emotional connection there, and that's different. And we were sitting in someone's living room and she said this, and I was just like, what?
Totally. That has to be a slip. That literally has to be an insight, right? Am I crazy? Or is that still speculation, but
yeah, that's called being gay. What do you think gay relationships are like? They are emotional and deep and connective, and yeah. So she did that is something that she said to me.
Interesting. So let's start getting into more about Jesse. Oh, hurry up.
I was making, not intentionally making it, but I was, again, my family, the culture in my family is to pretend like everything is fine when it's not. So for an example, I would get into a fight with my mom about something, and instead of engaging and coming to a solution or problem solving, my mom would go up into her room, lock herself in her room for a few hours, come back down, act like nothing happened, make dinner. And it was just la la, you just blinders on, cannot handle conflict. Conflict is just absolutely not. Anger, absolutely not. Anything intense emotions, absolutely not. And so I was this very sensitive, very emotional teenager that needed to be seen and heard and acknowledged. And so things were really tough. I started running away when I was 15, maybe at the cusp of 16. And I know it scared my parents, or at least my mother. At that point, I didn't have any real connection with my dad. I don't know what he was feeling or thinking. I don't know what he feels or thinks about most things. And so I believe it was in June, maybe May, I can't remember. My grandparents had their 50th wedding anniversary. So at this time I was living in Corona, California. My grandparents lived in Linden, Utah. Jodi lived in American Fork. They had a 50th wedding anniversary party, and we were staying at Jodi's in American Fork. So we were only supposed to see the comments until...
Oops, I totally fucking... Sorry, And
I don't really know what the conversation was that was had. This is hours later. It's 10 o'clock at night.
All right, hold on. We got to back up. So this is the story of how she got into Jodi Hildebrandt's supervision. Her grandparents, Jessie lived with her parents in California. Her grandparents were renewing their wedding vows or something, or having their 50th anniversary or whatever, wedding anniversary. And they traveled to Utah to go celebrate that, and Jodi was there. So that's what we're getting to.
Big fight. And at the time, I also want to say I was dating a 21-year-old. Big fight. And at the time, I also want to say...
Hold on. Oh, back up a bit more.
I was making, not intentionally making it, but I was, again, my family, the culture in my family is to pretend like everything is fine when it's not. So for an example, I would get into a fight with my mom about something, and instead of engaging and coming to a solution or problem solving, my mom would go up into her room, lock herself in her room for a few hours, come back down, act like nothing happened, make dinner. And it was just la la, you just blinders on, cannot handle conflict. Conflict is just absolutely not. Anger, absolutely not. Anything intense emotions, absolutely not. And so I was this very sensitive, very emotional teenager that needed to be seen and heard and acknowledged. And so things were really tough. I started running away when I was 15, maybe at the cusp of 16. And I know it scared my parents, or at least my mother. At that point, I didn't have any real connection with my dad. I don't know what he was feeling or thinking. I don't know what he feels or thinks about most things. And so I believe it was in June, maybe May, I can't remember. My grandparents had their 50th wedding anniversary. So at this time I was living in Corona, California. My grandparents lived in Linden, Utah. Jodi lived in American Fork. They had a 50th wedding anniversary party, and we were staying at Jodi's in American Fork.
Okay.
So we were only supposed to be there like 3 days, I believe, like a very short trip. We drove out, we were going to drive back. I get into a big fight. And at the time, I also want to say I was dating a 21-year-old returned missionary, which in hindsight is just horrifying. Like, why would that's just bizarre. But I think it's also very common that as long as he's an RM, it's like no one really, it's like, this is
typically
great. This is like all we could ever have asked for is that.
Typically missionaries go on their missions when they're 18 and they return when they're roughly like 21 for about 2 years. And when you turn 16, when you are a girl, you turn 16, that's when you're allowed to date. And typically the ideal person your parents would want you to date is a returned missionary.
My daughter is dating an RM. So I was dating a 21-year-old, and I was angsty and annoyed. I was vegetarian at the time. The dinner that everyone ate was meat. I was in charge of dishes. I felt like that was unfair because I didn't eat any of it, and I was putting up a fight. I feel like that's a very normal, annoying, bratty teenager thing to do.
Right.
I go downstairs. I get into a fight with mom. I go downstairs, lock myself in the basement with her phone because she had taken my phone away. So I took my mom's phone because I wanted to text my boyfriend. And I don't really know what the conversation was that was had. This is hours later. It's 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, maybe even later. All I know is that Jodi and my parents had a conversation. Jodi told them to leave me with them.
This is where it gets dark.
I mean, me to leave me with her, and for them to just go and to not say anything and to just pack up the things and just go. And so a few hours later, I get a knock on the door. I was asleep. And it was Jodi and my grandparents telling me that my family had left and I wasn't going with them and that my life was about to change pretty dramatically.
Wow.
I still remember that moment as just, it's completely galvanized itself onto my soul. It was, in movies when they do they zoom in and pull out at the same time, it was like, that really wild kind of effect. That's how it felt. And, everything changed in that moment. And then in the beginning, the restrictions were lighter, but everything was revolved around my worth. So anything that gave me a sense of worth, I was not allowed to have anymore. I had really long hair that I loved, had to cut it all off because it gave me a sense of worth.
That's
going to school gave me a sense of worth, not allowed to do it. I was homeschooled for, I think, about half a semester until I was not allowed to go to school at all. And I was very good at school and I really liked school. But again, anything that gave me a sense of value or a sense of worth, I wasn't allowed to do because it was ego and it was bad and it was distraction from the darkness that was inside me, the shame. And it's so darkly ironic that her whole thing is about shame. Like her whole therapeutic modality is like contingent upon this idea that shame is so bad and evil. And that's what's causing this like issue and like mental illness and the issues of your soul. It's just, if it wasn't so horrible, it would be funny.
Really quickly, Jesse, if you don't mind, so it sounds like your parents dropped you off in Utah, and said your grandpa/aunt are going to take over parenting you and we're going back home. Did I get that right? Or am I misunderstanding?
This was not on the agenda. So we were there for my grandparents' 50th wedding anniversary.
From Orange County, right?
Yeah, from Corona. And they didn't tell me they were leaving. No, nothing was communicated to me that they were leaving. I was left in the middle of the night with Jodi and my grandparents.
And Jodi was living with your grandparents at that point, or?
Jodi had a home in.
Can you imagine getting into an argument with your parents over something like pretty trivial, and then pretty much them just leaving you with a psychopath who immediately starts manipulating you, like a serious, like, bad manipulation. Like, the whole idea of taking everything away from her that gave her a sense of worth, that's really just manipulative. That's very dark. That's very abusive. That should never be a method of dealing with children, ever.
American Fork. Jodi was a very successful therapist at this time.
Was Jodi married at the time or divorced by then?
Jodi was divorced. Jodi was only married, from what I understand, for about a year and a half, and very much divorced at this point.
Jodi had one child with her ex-husband.
2 children.
And what's that?
She had 2 children.
2 children in a year and a half?
Yeah, and from what I understand, she was pregnant with her second when the divorce started. I've heard different things about how long that divorce took.
She has children of her own?
I heard it was dragged out for years.
I didn't catch that part.
But I don't actually know that for sure.
No, I have heard that Jodi tried to this may be strong words, but that Jodi tried to destroy her ex-husband.
Oh, 100%.
Really odd theme of Jodi consistently, like, trying to destroy people's lives, like ruining the reputation as much as she can. I don't think it's really about Jodi having shadow issues. I mean, if I had to say, which is still speculation, I'd say she literally is a psychopath. Elise says, what the fuck, sounds like the whole break their spirit thing? Yeah, the thing that attacks their worth that religious people try to do when it comes to punishment, what they call unruly teens or kids. Yeah. Like, we're gonna make you think that you're the most broken, horrible piece of shit ever, and then we're going to show you how you build yourself back up according to our standards, and once you win our approval, then you'll be saved. Like, it's really, really psychologically manipulative there.
Through the legal system.
Through the legal system and through the church. She tried to have him excommunicated. She tried to have his temple recommend taken away. She said horrendous things about him. And
that he was addicted to porn, like she does to, like, every man in Jodi's eyes is addicted to porn. Everyone.
I mean, it sucks because it's like, yeah, we want to believe women. We want to believe abuse, of course. And, like, as a victim of abuse, I want to be believed, of course. And Jodi's ex-husband, I don't know him personally, but Alex, her daughter, and we've kept in contact over the years. She has a beautiful relationship with him, loves him to death. He loves her. He's so supportive, so kind, really helped Alex through her own process. And Alex, this is like further down the timeline, but Alex left about a year after I did.
The church?
And so, no, she's still a member, but left Jodi's.
Okay.
She left Jodi's care about a year after I did. Has nothing to do with her mother. Changed her name, has no contact with her. Alex has worked so hard to build a beautiful life for herself. I know we've chatted since all of this happened, and I know that she doesn't feel super comfortable coming forward. She has a family, and she doesn't want Jodi to have any more control over her life. And so
Jodi's own daughter wants nothing to do with her.
So Jodi divorced, tried to destroy her ex-husband. She was living in American Fork in this massive home about 2 blocks down from the temple. Both of her kids were living with her. And
Aster says this stuff has super low success rating, statistically speaking. It's a lot like the Scare Them Straight program. And again, usually causes trauma. Yeah, this is stuff that they administer as, like, quote-unquote therapy or counseling or saving, and it actually causes more damage than it does help.
Okay. And I guess I just can't imagine the heartache. I mean, when you think about a family dropping you off with grandpa and aunt without any notice, and then just almost abandoning,
Yeah.
maybe fully abandoning their
That
child.
is that is abandonment. That's straight up abandonment. When you just leave a child in a situation, unknown situation like that with no explanation, yeah, you're fucking abandoning them.
Like, I think the kid's into heroin, the kid
Yeah.
has had multiple teenage pregnancies.
Yeah.
Like, but even then, it's you talk to the kid, you get therapists involved, you get consent of the child, you try and make sure the child would be okay or even want to have a massive change in living arrangements. I guess I would just ask, how did that feel? And was there, like, I'm just trying to imagine how extreme it must have felt for your parents to make such an extreme decision. And was there anything that merited that?
I know again, this goes back to this culture, my familial culture of pretend like everything is okay. And that was the because of the punishments were always so extreme in my family, to things that, like, when I compared it to like things my friends were doing that would just get little slaps on the wrist. Like, I got grounded for 3 months for having a MySpace. And I'm certain my parents would correct me and say, no, you were grounded for 3 months because you lied about having a MySpace. But that is like, I was grounded constantly. I was anything that would, like, the thing that the Mormon church, one of the things that's so tricky about it, and especially when you're leaving the Mormon church or any sort of like Orthodox religion, is that your barometer for right and wrong is so skewed.
It's true.
It's so distorted, where having a MySpace, drinking a coffee, murder, sex, like it's so black and white, and there's not a hierarchy of like, maybe this is worse than this, like everything. And then that was just exponentially worse with Jodi, where there is only good and evil. There's no in between, and most things fall into the category of evil. So, but that was like the thing that Jodi is so good at is,
oh, hey Lee, good to see you. Lee says this is what it looks like when you're stuck in a primitive mindset. You use ancient tactics regardless of their success rate. It's the brutality and power expression that's important to the abuser. Yes, yeah, I'd say that's definitely right. We were diving into Jodi Hildebrandt, partner of Ruby Franke. And this is Jodi Hildebrandt's niece talking about her experience with Jodi.
that she's so good at seeing her victims, like using what's there already. So she saw me as an angry teenager, and so she's like, I could use this, like, oh, you're angry because you're evil. You're sad because you have so much sin inside of you. Oh, you've kissed girls. Oh my God, you are just Satan himself. And I don't say this hyperbolically. Like, she genuinely literally believed that Satan was working through me. And
your mom.
My aunt.
That's just like the women that are like, the devil is in my child. God told me to kill them.
My aunt.
Oh.
Religion makes people think and do so much fucked up shit.
Okay.
And she literally believed that Jesus was working through her, and that she was fighting Satan on a daily basis, not just with me, but also with her clients. And she would tell me that all the time, that these men that she was talking, specifically the men, that she was combating Satan on earth every day. And that was like, and I believed all of this. So I was like, wow, like, my aunt's powerful. Like, she's fighting Satan. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
And this is, as far as I understand it, over the past.
That's so self-ingratiating, completely self-ingratiating, that she's saying, Jesus Christ is working through me, and the devil, I'm fighting the devil through everyone else every day. That's really creating a narrative of where in Jodi's world, she is the savior. In fact, I'm surprised she doesn't think she's Jesus himself, reincarnated, by the way she's going about it. So much to say that she knows better than church leaders, that she's the one teaching the closest to the prophet. And at this point, even the Mormon church is like, we don't ascribe to this lady. Like, she's got some Mormon basics, but it's her own ideas and teachings about it. And she puts herself at the top of the pyramid, and she puts everybody beneath her. And she doesn't see them as people. I think she's definitely like a psychopathic narcissist, like a malignant narcissist, where she genuinely just hates everybody else and tries very hard to destroy their lives and convince them that they're terrible people, and even in some cases successfully making people think that they're horrible people. People like this should not be into therapy and counseling. They should not have access to other people's minds. This is archonic.
Last 20, 30 years, the most recommended therapist in the Wasatch Front by the Mormon Church, because every single person that's reached out to me to tell a horrific story says that it was their bishop that recommended Jodi Hildebrandt, because Jodi must have been on a list. And Jodi would always begin her engagements with clients, Mormon clients, saying that she had direct relationships with Mormon apostles, that she was influential in the church developing its mental health programs.
Oh yeah,
so
she's very involved. She had a meeting, I don't remember what apostle, but she went into this meeting, her story. She just told this to people like my grandparents and I, going in, like banging on his desk, talking about the evil, not just the evils of pornography, but the destructive nature of shame, which is...
I'm going to take a shot in the dark and say Jodi likes to watch pornography. I'm just going to say it. I don't know. She's too obsessed with the idea of pornography, not for her to have, like, watched it.
Just so...
Hey,
so
hello,
ironic.
it's good to see you.
But yeah, no, she's been very, like, this is crazy thinking about it now. I used to do her billing.
Social media? Oh.
No, I did her billing.
Oh.
And she would bill the church. And so, like every client, essentially, I would say like the vast majority of her clients were from bishop recommendations, just based off of the billing that I would do for her.
Because in the Mormon Church, if somebody can't afford a therapist, tithes and offerings might be used by the bishop, who recommends, his ward members to Jodi. He would then foot the bill. So the church was funding. So the Mormon Church was funding Jodi Hildebrandt's wealth and success and power.
Wow.
And the church knew, at least my local ward, Bishop Bangerter knew what was happening. And this is getting a little ahead of this
Bishop Bangerter. That's such a Mormon name.
story, but people in the church in my ward started becoming very nervous about what was going on. They were becoming very concerned with just my physical, like what I was looking like in the church. And they went to Bishop Bangerter and voiced their concern about, like, they're like, something is wrong. And Bishop went to Jodi and told her, gave her the names of these people. And she would have, what she did, I had to...
We're going to get more into, like, specifically what Jodi's doing to Jesse in these instances.
The reason why these people thought anything was wrong, according to her, was because I was emotionally manipulating them into thinking that. I would go to church and wear a long face and manipulate them into feeling sorry for me, which was a very common theme about, like, through the entire process of living with Jodi, was if someone liked me, if someone felt sorry for me, it was all because of manipulation. And I was a masterful manipulator. Constantly, I was told this. Constantly. To the point where, I mean, I believed it. I was like, you're right. I must be this horrific. And I was already believing I was evil because I was gay. And so, like, she plays into things that are already there. She finds the hot point and then drills into it. And she does this. I almost guarantee anyone that comes forward with a story about Jodi, this is what she did. And so I had to go around. We drove to all these people's homes, and she sat me in the car. She told me exactly what I was going to say to these people. She coached me on every word, and I would go in and I would have to apologize to them for manipulating them into thinking that something was wrong, and that Jodi was actually saving my life, and that that God was, this was all brought because of prayer and revelation and visions and dreams.
That would be so weird. It would be so weird to, like, report something to a bishop at a church and then about a child, and then later have that child and their caretaker show up at your home, and then watching the child spew some, like, rehearsed speech about them apologizing for manipulating you into thinking there was something wrong with them. That would make me more concerned. I would go back to the bishop and be like, obviously something's going on here. Like, nobody does that. No actual person does that. And to convince this poor kid that they are extremely manipulative is really bone-chilling. It's a little bit triggering for me because growing up with the parents that adopted me, the mother that I had that raised me, she did similar things to me. I would remember being like 5 or 6 years old, and she'd be pissed off at me and telling me that I'm trying to manipulate her out of what when I'm 5 or 6. I have no idea, but it's kind of like a common thing I'm seeing there. Sometimes really abusive people will convince you that you are the monster. Yeah, really, really scary that other adults got involved, and then that Jodi Hildebrandt even drove Jessie to people's houses and made her apologize to them for manipulating them. That does not sit well with me. Oh no! I hope you feel better, Laura.
And that Jesus
Anyways.
was, and it sounds ridiculous to say now, but at the time it's like I said, like, Jesus is working here. And it, like, the way she would describe it to me, because she would talk to me a lot about what was happening and why she was doing it, in very, very abusive ways. But she would say, like, we have to do these extreme things because this is spiritual surgery. And that's how she would rationalize it, is that it has to be extreme because we are surgically removing the sin. We're surgically removing the sin from your soul. We're surgically removing Satan from you. And so I would go to house to house. She would tell me exactly what to say. She was in the room. If I would deviate at all from the script, she would be like, and she would pull me back. And then I would be like, I'm sorry, I just tried to manipulate you in this moment. Because if I deviated, that was manipulation.
Oh, wow. That's messed up.
Yeah, Bishop Bangerter gave her that information. I had meetings with the bishop, with Jodi. Bishop Bangerter had horses, and he likened me to a horse that needs to be broken.
Oh, there we go. Elise said it. Like a horse that needs to be broken. That is a theory that literally never works, ever.
It was very involved. The church is not
really
ignorant.
quick. So as thank you, and I don't mean to interrupt. As I'm trying to make sense of I'm still stuck on your parents dropping you off.
Yeah.
Did they know that you had had queer experiences? And do you think that was like the tipping point? Did your parents know?
Skip forward a bit.
To her anything and everything that I did. So if I did talk to someone, she found out somehow. Like, the amount of paranoia and fear that I had, where it's like I can't talk to anyone. And also people saw me duct taped. People saw that these things were going on. And other than like the few people that like went to Bishop and being like, hey.
So she's talking about how Jodi would put duct tape on her mouth and make her walk around with duct tape on her mouth. Remember how the kid that escaped recently had duct tape around him? It seems like in Jodi's method of dealing with people, she uses a lot of duct tape. Hello, Twilight. Welcome.
Something's wrong. No one did anything. And I believe, because of the culture of the church, of this patriarchal familial setup, of like, my dad is the patriarch of our family, right? He's supposed to receive revelation for his family. And so if he is in support of something, it must be good. It must be because God gave him revelation that this is the right thing. And so it creates the system of not.
Also, if you have not liked the stream, please like the stream. Thank you so much. Most appreciated. Mwah.
Challenging things that should be challenged. And it disempowers, especially women, to not challenge anything and not voice anything. Yeah, I mean, I know this timeline is going to be kind of
This is amazing. And Gerardo's asking me to remind everyone, this is such an important story. It speaks to Jodi Hildebrandt, but it speaks to purity culture. It speaks to high demand religions, to Mormon culture.
Yeah.
And to
this isn't just an attitude shared by Jodi Hildebrandt. This is an attitude shared by a lot of religion in the world today.
You know, other Christian and other religions in general. Just purity culture is so destructive, and mental health ethics are so important. And the fact that Jodi was given access to Mormon apostles and was strategizing for the Mormon church on how to deal with mental health, but more specifically porn and masturbation and homosexuality, as the church likes to call it, it's so systemic. It's much, much bigger than Jodi. I'm just going to ask really quickly. We have 6,000 viewers and listeners right now. We welcome this audience. Many of you have never heard of Mormon Stories podcast before. If we can just get a third of you to like this episode, we've got, I don't know, 700. Did you literally start meeting with your aunt? Because ethically, a dual relationship like that can get you your license canceled. You are never, that is like rule 1 of ethics. You don't treat family members or friends, period. So can you talk about that relationship? Did Jodi become your official therapist? And why was your bishop involved? And how did it get to where not only is your aunt your therapist, but your aunt is carting you around to other clients as a spokesperson, telling you what to say to them? Like, this is just horrendous ethically on so many levels.
I mean, the way that I think she convinced my parents is in a similar way of like a frog being boiled. So it didn't start out the gate as horrifically abusive. It started out, okay, Jesse gets a lot of value from hair, so we'll cut the hair off. Okay, Jesse isn't allowed to talk to boys. Jesse is not allowed to, which like doesn't seem very, I mean, I think it's extreme, but in the grand scheme of like how extreme it becomes, it's not that extreme. I have to be with Alex at all times. I'm not allowed to be alone. I'm living during the week I'm with my grandparents, and then the weekend I'm with Jodi. That was like the beginnings set up. So I was doing homeschooling at first, which eventually stopped. Which I will add is illegal to keep a child from school.
It is.
And I wasn't allowed to like use the phone. I wasn't allowed to use the internet. I wasn't allowed to use any form of communication with people other than like my grandparents, my aunt, young women's leaders, things like that. I was also had a lot.
Both? Were you going back and forth?
I was going back and forth, and I had a lot of rules, like structural rules. Like I had to be awake by 7:30. I had to make my bed. I had to make sure everything was clean and organized, that I helped my grandparents. So I had a lot of those types of rules, which again, doesn't seem very, I mean, I think it's extreme.
I think she got out of it when she was 17, 18. I'm not sure. Still pretty young.
Like an extreme reaction to what was going on. Looking back and knowing where I was emotionally and mental health wise, I needed love. I needed to be seen. I needed validation and safety, and emotional safety. I needed answers. I needed to there was no conflict in my home because it wasn't allowed. So there was no space to be angry. There was no space to feel anything other than being digestible, being, the docile, happy, helpful. I'm certain lots of you have seen that documentary, the Stay Sweet and Pray one.
Keep sweet.
Yeah. So
keep sweet, pray and obey, I think it's called.
Yeah, that one. That's what's expected. And if you, especially as like a condition, like a female conditioned person, like I didn't fit into that role. I didn't fit into that categorization. I didn't fit into that temperament. And my mother was very much that temperament. And because in these traditionally structured family units, the mother is in charge of rearing the children. And because I didn't fit into this digestible, easy, stay sweet and obey kind of behavior, it was bad. It was what.
I mean, there's a lot of religion that's very circular like that, which is a big like psychological conditioning of people. They tell them things in their lives are going to be really good if they pray, obey, they read the scriptures, whatever. And if things continue to go wrong, then the church leaders will have them circle back. We'll just keep praying, keep reading, keep obeying, like do it more. It's not enough. If you do it more, then things are going to get better. And it's just a weird conditioning where people just circularly do that over and over, thinking that things are going to get better when, in a lot of cases they don't. And if things do get better, then they attribute 100% of it to some mysterious man in the sky. Laura says, I watched this video a few days ago and it was triggering for me. Also, there are so many parallels to things the churches I had experienced with non-Mormon, but not the severe abuse. Yeah, it's pretty bad what happened. And it kind of makes me angry that other adults saw what was happening, but not a lot of big action was taken. That's kind of the attitude of the Mormon church as well. And I think a lot of churches is that, when shit hits the fan and somebody's abusing somebody else, they like it to go away. Just pray to God and, don't do that and make it go away. They don't like to make big legal deals out of things. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure a bishop would see abuse and just be like, well, let's try to figure it out within the church instead of doing what, he should have done, which is report it to the authorities and have some sort of investigation. Especially after Jodi making Jesse go to people's houses and apologize to them for being manipulative, which is that's just very strange. I like that. I think that would be another red flag if it was like me getting a visit from them, having to hear that apology. I would definitely report that. I'd be like, something's not right.
I think is the reason it was like the foundation for everything else to happen. And I think a lot of female and femme people that don't fit into that have experienced, maybe not to this extreme, but have experienced that sense of isolation and rejection from religion and from, and especially if you grow up in like Utah or these communities that have a lot of Mormons, the isolation and rejection from community as well. But things progressively got worse because Jodi's belief and her therapeutic modalities are, which is just crazy to say, she believed that if you are angry or depressed or anxious or any like mental health, it's a result of shame, and shame is a result of sin. And so mental health is a result of sin, through the lens of shame, and everything can be brought back to shame, to the point where like because I had undiagnosed ADHD, I like, even sitting here, I'm like, I constantly moving and tapping my foot, or that she would talk about, okay, if you're tapping your foot, it's because your body is full of so much shame. There's nowhere else for it to go. So it comes out in these sort of like tics.
That's fucked up. So any mental issue is attributed to the experience of shame, like deep-seated shame. That's messed up.
She talked about OCD and how OCD was a result of shame, and that your body is so full and your spirit are so full of shame that it has nowhere else to go. So it overflows into these neuroses, and shame is a result of sin. And so what she did is, because I wasn't getting better, I was getting worse, is that there was still sin in me that wasn't coming out, that I hadn't confessed yet. And she was so hyper fixated on me confessing sin. And she was convinced I was a sex addict, I was a drug addict, I had abortions, I had kissed 2 boys. I mean, I had kissed lots of girls when I was like a young child, but at the time, like I was giving Book of Mormons out at school. I had never done drugs. I had never had anything close to sex. I didn't even know. She was convinced I was also masturbating. I had a masturbation problem. I didn't even know female anatomy people could masturbate. I didn't even know that. But because she was convinced, I was also not allowed to use tampons because she was convinced I was masturbating with them.
Oh, that's psycho.
Which is insane.
That is insane.
So things got progressively.
This sounds like projection. I don't know if it's projection.
No, totally. This totally sounds like projection. I feel like Jodi is completely obsessed with punishing other people of shit that she does. And probably she had some issues as a child where she did those things. Maybe she got caught and felt a lot of shame about it and spent the rest of her life like trying to repent to God or whatever for her terrible masturbatory habits or something. Like, who knows? That's just speculation, but it's kind of like it's totally sounding like projection. Like something happened.
I know. So things got progressively worse and worse and worse because I wasn't getting better. She would say, I'm trying to make you so physically uncomfortable that it forces the sin out. And so that's when she started, I had to sleep outside in the snow. That's when I was, when she would lock me she worked in Lehigh in like the, what's that area called in Lehigh with the golf course?
Thanksgiving Point?
She worked in Thanksgiving Point. And, I lost my train of thought.
You were talking about her keeping you out in the snow and torturing you. And
I believe they are 20.
In various ways?
Early 20s.
She had an office in Thanksgiving Point. There was a little side office closet kind of room. It was like a little bit bigger than a closet, but it didn't have any windows.
No, actually, I think they are in their 30s.
It had like a table, a chair, an actual closet, and that's about it. So that's where when I was pulled out of school and I started living with her full time, because she worked, I went with her to work, and that's where I stayed. And sometimes she would lock me in it, sometimes she wouldn't.
Literally locked her in a closet while she worked.
but I was not allowed to leave. That was like rule number one. I was not allowed to leave that room. And she would have me write out my sins on a piece of paper. And every day she gave me the same piece of paper. And I would have to write out my sins. And these sins that I was writing out, I was like, and again, I believed all this. I believed this fully. So I was like, oh, there must be more in me. I'm trying to think of like, oh, one time I lied to my best friend, Scotty. And like, these are the types of things I'm writing out. And then she would come back in, take that paper, read it to me, make me get on my hands and knees and beg for forgiveness as she read this back to me. And then she was like, no, this isn't it. This is not it. This isn't all. There's more. There's more. There's more. And there wasn't. And I would start making things up because I was like, I don't know. And because she was convinced there was more things.
And that's when the psychological manipulation starts to take a hold of somebody. I can see that's where she starts convincing people that there's something seriously wrong with them, to the point where it's like Jodi almost gives them the idea that she knows more about them than they know, and they just need to be honest with her and beg for forgiveness. And why to her? That's just so sinister to me.
It's got worse and worse and worse. I ran away 3 times from her house. I went to a neighbor's. I went to the police. They didn't do anything. Because Jodi is the most convincing person you'll ever meet. When I was talking, side note, the last time I met up with Alex, this was a couple years ago, she said something that I think is like so perfectly articulated into describing how manipulative and convincing Jodi is. And she said, I cannot be around my mom. I can't ever be around her again, because if she told me the sky was yellow, I would believe her.
Oh, that's
she has
scary.
This ability to like alchemize, like just get into your soul. It's like,
I think, like, I wish she would have finished that sentence, but I think what she was trying to say, Jodi had a really good way of just like taking parts of you and alchemizing it into a problem.
It is horrifying, and there's no real way of explaining it to people unless you've experienced it, or if you've experienced this level of emotional abuse. There's no way of really like having you. There's no way of understanding it.
Narcissistic cult leader comes to mind.
Yeah. I don't know if this is fully true, but from what I understand, she's been diagnosed with many issues, including psychopathy. So
I believe that.
She, like, as far as I'm aware, she is a psychopath.
Yeah, she is a psychopath.
I was for.
When you are so obsessed with ruining other people, you're a psychopath.
Forced to sleep. Okay, I was sleeping at first in her. She had like a little sunroom off her bedroom. At first, I was sleeping on a love seat in there, and then it got worse where I was sleeping on the floor. And then she would make me sleep on her balcony in the middle of winter. This is like January, February in Utah, and she told my family that I was sleeping in like a really like high end, Sub-Zero type of sleeping bag. No, this was like a $5 Walmart brand sleeping bag.
Oh no!
And the balcony that I slept on for a long time, it was one of those single balcony, like a single person, like just enough to walk out on. It wasn't like a big, so I couldn't even stretch out. And it was so bad that I would fantasize about jumping off the balcony and breaking my legs or stabbing myself, because I was like, going to the hospital would be better than this. And when I went to the police, I told them, like, can you just arrest me? Because I was like, I would rather be in jail. Like, I will go commit a crime so you can arrest me so I can be out of Jodi's care. And then finally I ran away. I hitchhiked up to Salt Lake from Lehigh. And when I finally did run, I ran. And I remember I ran accidentally into the golf course, and the golf course is surrounded with a fence. And I had a full-blown panic attack when I realized that I was trapped, because as I was running, I thought the whole time, I was like, she's right behind me. She's right behind me. Any minute she's going to find me. She's right behind me. And I ran into the golf course, composed myself, started running again. I ended up sleeping in a church that night. I don't even remember where it was, somewhere around Lehigh. I walked for a long time though. And then the next morning I stole a $5 bill and a $5 bill, a pen, and an ear warmer.
Jodi had another daughter named Alex there as well.
From one of the coats at the church. And I remember thinking, I'm going to write down the address so that I can mail this. I was overwhelmed with guilt of like, I'm so evil. And I was like, I'm going to mail a $5 back to this bishop or to whoever's at the church, because I'm so evil for doing this. But I just need food. And I ended up getting picked up by someone who ended up being the sweetest man ever. And him and his wife got me a pair of sweats. I was also like wearing a skirt. I had the jacket that I had was because Jodi would take my jacket away after I started running, like after the first time I ran away from her office. But what had happened was her colleague had found this big rain jacket, windbreaker, reversible jacket in the parking lot and threw it in the room that I was staying in, that I was like isolated in. And it wasn't, I up until like this very moment, I don't think it was intentional, like to give to me. But now that I think about it, I'm like, I wonder if that was the case. But she put it in that room because they found it in the parking lot. And I remember the door was open. I have a jacket. I need to run. I need to go. And I remember that moment so vividly of it is now or it is never. I am not getting out of this unless I leave right now. And I didn't think twice. I grabbed the jacket and I just ran and ran and ran.
Laura says people are coming out of the woodwork now speaking up about abuse from Jodi, people who were afraid to speak up before. It's true. Jodi's ruined a lot of people's lives through her counseling services. She's ruined marriages and she's ruined relationships between parents and children.
And I had a skirt on. I had moccasins on that my feet were coming through the bottoms. I'm certain I looked horrendously unwell. I had lost tons of weight. My stomach was eating itself alive. There was blood in my stool. I was very unwell. She also, like, I was vegetarian. I wasn't allowed to be vegetarian. She would withhold food.
That's sick.
It's just insane. So I ended up hitchhiking to the road home in Salt Lake City under a fake name. I told these people that picked me up that I was 18. I went by the name Rudy Jude, which is like such a fake name. And they figured out that I was a minor. I kept slipping up on my name and stuff. And they'd said, like, you either need to tell us who you are so we can help you, or we're going to have to take you to the shelter because we can't harbor a minor. And I was like, take me to the shelter. I was too afraid. I was too afraid that Jodi would get me. And I lived in the shelter for months. The timeline of the shelter, like being homeless, is really, really fuzzy. There was everything that goes along with being a homeless female that happened. I did eventually get caught by some detectives. And then I went back to living with my grandparents. Thankfully, they didn't make me go back to Jodi's.
Oh, good.
I don't really know why, but I didn't. And then, yeah, it's the day after I ran away the first time. So my aunt was making me run. She'd make me run sprints every night. And again, for the reason of making me so physically uncomfortable that I would confess to sins. And she'd have me do it for hours and hours. And outside in the winter, in the snow. And this one time in particular, I said no. And that was the day that I like walked away. I was like, no. And I turned around and she punched me in the back and knocked me down. And Jodi's
oh my God.
She's not tall, but she is sturdy. She is a powerful, like a powerhouse of a woman. Very strong. And then I stayed out. So I sat down on the curb after that and walked over. And then she ended up going inside. I stayed outside and went to a neighbor's house. The neighbor didn't know what to do. Jodi called
the police.
Again, the neighbor was like, I don't want to tell her, but I have to because you're a minor and she has power of attorney and she's your guardian and I can't lie to her. And the next morning, at like, actually that may have been after the police, after one of the times I ran away. I'm failing to remember which one was which. The next morning though, after I ran away, she pulled me out of bed by my hair, blindfolded me, tied my wrists, tied my legs, put me in the car, and just started driving. And I think we stopped at what I'm assuming at a gas station. And at the gas station, she screamed at me to lay on the ground because I was manipulating people. If people could see me, I was manipulating them into thinking something was wrong. So I laid on the ground of her car, and she drove for what felt like hours into the mountains.
That's false imprisonment. I mean,
and my other grandparents, not my dad's parents, but my mom's parents.
There should be a case.
I found this out afterwards. Were parked at the base of the mountain to make sure I didn't run away. And she had me run up and down for 6 hours up and down and up and down. And the other part about this type of abuse that I don't think is talked about as much is that 90% of the time you're evil and horrible and wrong, and the abuse is almost unbearable. But then there are moments where you're rewarded and you are now the best thing in the world. And so after these 6 hours of running up and down, the reward that Jodi gave me of acceptance of like, you did it, you did the thing.
Wow.
It creates this cycle of, which I think is already the foundation and the prerequisites of this is already instilled in the Mormon Church of having to earn love. But that has affected my life forever. For the rest of my life. Of if I try a little harder, if I do a little bit more, maybe they'll love me, maybe they'll accept me, maybe they'll whatever.
Maybe you can, at some point you would believe that if you behaved in the way that Jodi wants, she would be kind to you and you wouldn't be harmed by her anymore. I mean, what else are you supposed to do, especially when you're legally in her care?
In this case, it was really extreme.
Lisa, she's looking for people who did the same thing she did and wanted to find abuse them worse, and those who didn't admit it to it weren't telling the truth. It's, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, she does talk about there's chances of a case being opened up, which should, in light of all this, they should open that case back up.
Extreme, where the abuse was so extreme, but then if you would bear it, then you would get these moments of immense reward from her, and it's just such a psychological fuckery. And I was scared of myself. People were scared of me. My family. I mean, I'm certain the conversations that Jodi had on the phone with my parents of like, we have to turn up the knot, we have to turn up the dial, we have to turn up the volume. Like, we're getting close. We're getting closer to like finding the evil, rooting the evil out. We have to make it worse. Or harder, not worse. And so like every day, you're a masterful manipulator. Everything you say is.
I think we could easily like take a bunch of this conversation and go back to the live stream I had with Susan and Mark and Philip. Was Philip there? I can't remember. But we talked about suffering and pain. We had 2 different live streams on that, so you'll have to go to the Neogenian Oculus and check out the 2 live streams that I guested on there, and we talked about suffering and struggle, and we touched base on there needing to be a payment of suffrage in religion in order to obtain the grace of God or whatever. So this isn't one of those things that isn't just a Jodi thing. This is a religious thing, and it's very common. And even though it's not happening to people as intensely, as Jodi is doing to Jesse, it's still happening on a psychological level.
Lie. Satan is working through you. God hates you. God loves me. God speaks to me. You're a liar. Everything you say is a lie. You're ruining your parents' marriage. You ruined your dad's reputation. You ruin everyone's life. Constantly, every day, these things were told to me. The only reason why anyone likes you is because you manipulate them. The only reason why anyone feels sorry for you is that you manipulate them. No one cares about you. You just manipulate them into caring. And Alex and I have talked about this extensively of like anything you feel in Jodi's world, if you're sick,
Oh, hi, Kate. So this is Jodi Hildebrandt, the partner of Ruby Franke. This is Jodi's niece talking about her experience with Jodi.
Like if you're sad, if you're sick, it was like, oh, you're such a victim. You're such a little victim right now. And it was always like really, what's the word? Like, I can't think of the word, but it was always like poking, like contemptuous of like, you poor little thing, you poor little victim. And if you're sick, it was like, yeah. And it was always just like, you're manipulating people. You're manipulating me right now. You're not sick. Do you have a fever? Are you throwing up? Then you're manipulating me. You're manipulating everyone around you to feel bad for you. You're such a victim. And she would constantly talk about, like, after I went to the cops, she would talk about how, oh no, this is even before I went to the cops, because when I did go to the cops, I was terrified that I was going to ruin her life, because that's what I did. She creates this narrative and this internalization in you to think that you are evil, to think that you are terrible, and that you deserve everything that's coming to you. And that she destroys your reputation with everyone around you. She separates everyone.
This is what Ruby Franke's husband, Kevin, is saying that happened when Jodi Hildebrandt got involved in their marriage and had them even, like, separate, and convinced Kevin that he was an evil person and needed to work on himself and had to stay away from the children. Judging by, like, how she handled her other clients, you know, convincing men in marriages that they have a porno addiction and the wives need to stay away until the men get a handle of it, I think that's what she did to Kevin Franke. That's what I think is going on.
No one's allowed to talk alone. So everyone distrusted me. Everyone thought I was deserving of all this, even though, like you were saying, these types of extreme punishments, you would think, like, oh, this person is a heroin addict, or this person has extreme problems that need extreme solutions. And I would say that these types of things are always wrong, regardless of what's going on. But I wasn't. I was an angry teenager. And I wasn't allowed to be in the same room as it got to the point where I wasn't allowed to be in the same room as my cousins. And if they wanted to use the kitchen and I was in the kitchen, they would go tell Jodi. Jodi would scream at me to get out of the kitchen. And so they would use it. And I would just, like, go stand in a hallway and wait, duct taped. So
duct taped. Literal
and
duct tape on her
be just
mouth.
constantly told, like, over and over and over again. No one loves you. You're a manipulator. You destroy people's lives constantly.
That is way projection. That is total projection.
But
no.
Yeah, it's just the result, or I can't think of the word.
Hi, Patricia.
The way that this has affected my entire adult life is, like, there's no way of quantifying it. It took me over a decade to, like, get to a point where I didn't actually think I was evil. If I do a little...
All right, skipping ahead a little bit.
I'm just so grateful that these children, were taken out of that care.
She's talking about the kids that were recently taken out of the custody of Ruby and Jodi.
But not care, but out of custody from them. And that hopefully, because of the validation and the repercussions that are happening to them, that their healing will be much faster than 14 years. Because the other layer about this is, like, again, my family does not talk about anything. They don't talk about anything that's not religion, politics, or sports. They don't talk about real things. They don't talk about their emotions, which I think is a very common thing for boomer generation and high demand religion. For 14 years, I was not allowed to talk about it. For 14 years, I was just still an angry 15-year-old. I was still just an angry 16-year-old. For 14 years, it was, and on top of all of that, they were so hyper-fixated on the idea that I just needed to forgive. And that was the only way I was going to heal, is if I forgive. And I think that's a really common thing in
the 8 passengers. I don't want to give Ruby Franke a pass here, or Kevin, her husband, but all of the most shocking things that have come out, whether it's depriving their son of a bed for 6 months, duct taping wrists and ankles, almost the sadistic joy that we see in Ruby with torturing and punishing her children. I don't know if this is unique to Ruby, but we clearly see where this is coming from.
She believes this. This is the thing, is that she fully believes in her own bullshit. She believes that she is inspired by God.
Jodi.
Yeah. And so when you have that level of delusions of grandeur, you are so powerful and so convincing to people. And when you preface it as I'm doing this because I'm saving their soul, in a system and in a culture that, I mean, she's just playing right into it. She's just playing right into those hands of, like, Of course I want my child's soul to be saved. Of course. Yeah, no, pornography is the worst thing, is so evil. She believed if you watch porn, her belief is if you watch porn one time, you're an addict. And if you're an addict, which that would make most people of the universe an addict, then you need surgery because you are sick and Satan is working through you. And so, and I think it also plays into this, like, you are special kind of belief that I think a lot of people, like the Mormon church, kind of instills, which is something that I had to like really unlearn, because I held on to this belief for a long time that, like, oh, all of the suffering is for a purpose. All of the suffering is preparing me. All of the suffering is
suffer now and be exalted later. That's definitely a common theme in many different religions.
Purifying me. It's making me humble. It's making me teachable, like Job. And I think a lot of people justify or rationalize behavior and treatment because of that. And then when you're told, oh, well, now you need this really extreme thing to save you, and because God has...
Lisa's, imagine a child who doesn't hear God, but all these adults just talk about being with God and Jesus, and their religion is weaponized to manipulate them. Yeah, that's the common trope there.
The plan for you. And so people, like, I think they're way more open to these extreme measures because of that. And this kind of, like, you are special, God has a plan for you. It keeps people, I think, trapped. Because, like, I had to get to this point where I'm like, I'm not special. This wasn't because God wasn't, and I want to say, like, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God, but even as an atheist, I still had this internalized belief of, like, it has to have been for a reason. And if it wasn't for a reason, then I couldn't live. Like, it was like my brain was trying to protect itself by having to give reason for it. But there wasn't reason. It wasn't because I was special or evil or anything like that. It's because this woman
was just psycho,
chose to abuse me.
Evil, because what's more important than God and purity and righteousness and the afterlife? So the stakes are just so incredibly high. To your point, if we're dealing with light and darkness, this reminds me of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. If we're dealing with light and darkness and righteous spirits and evil spirits and a celestial war, and the worth of a soul is infinite, then the stakes are so high that you have to save Jesse's purity at any cost, because the stakes are celestial and they're eternal. And anyway, so it's there's a theological foundation to the atonement, to Jesus, that Jesus died on the cross to purify us of our sins. And now you're going against the atonement, and we've got to get you right, out of a sense of you needed to be made pure so that you can return to live with your Heavenly Father. The stakes are just so incredibly high. You were about to say something about the second coming. I'm just curious if there's some sort of prepper end of time sort of theology that was also inspiring Jodi.
Well, but also to talk about what you just said, like
everything. Yeah, just go.
That is exactly right. When the stakes are your soul, when the stakes are like eternal, the outer darkness or celestial kingdom, like she can rationalize and valid, or what's the word? She can, like, rationalize any behavior, anything. Because, like, the cost, or the what is it, the cost of the soul, or
the worth of souls are great,
yeah. So it's like if doing these things saves your soul, it's worth it. If I have to duct tape you and tie you up, if I have to do these things, because she would talk about this too, and make it about her, I'm doing this for you. If I have to do these extreme things, it's to save you. And when the stakes are that high, when everything is that extreme and that emotionally, like, driven, you can convince anyone of anything. That's how cult leaders do what they do. That's how these types of people get power, because I think they believe what they're saying, and the stakes are impossibly high. And then it plays into this idea of, like, I am special individual. God has chosen you specifically, especially with, like, the Mormons, where it's like, oh, if you come to earth, you chose the right side, and God saved you for this time to save people. Like, it really plays into this ego-driven, like, self-righteous identity that the church, like, feeds.
The Mormons, who notoriously believe if you're born black, then you were sinful in your previous life. the great war in heaven before you chose down to come to earth. It's really sick. It's really fucking sick.
It's, I mean, I say this as someone that believed this too. It's just, you can convince people to do almost anything. Yeah. And I think she is proof of that. But yeah, she fully, Jodi would, the thing that's on top of all of this, she would criticize the church in ways of like, oh, she hates men. She hates men. She thinks all men are, pretty much all men, vast majority of men are evil. And including church leaders. She thought church leaders were idiots and that she had the answer, that she understood it. I don't know, this is definitely speculation.
Hi,
I just want to say I don't know this for certain, but I'm fairly confident in saying she probably was a part of the whole women should have the priesthood movement. I'm certain that she was a part of that.
Ordained women.
I'm certain. Like, honestly, if Jodi was born a man, like, it's terrifying to think about what power she would have had. Like, easily. But the fact that she was a woman, I think also because of the way the church is structured, kept her from doing more damage.
Well, thank goodness. The only time that works
she
out
believed that, like she believed that her work, that she was combating Satan every day in preparation for the second coming. And she believed, because my grandfather had a patriarchal blessing saying that he was going to work directly for Jesus on this earth. And so he always believed that the second coming was going to happen in his lifetime. But she used kind of that patriarchal, that language to also fuel her stuff of like, the second coming is so close. I'm like going to be the one of the people that, welcomes God back, or
ushers in the second coming of Jesus. Yeah.
But and again, these are not theoretical. These are not like hypothetical. She believed these in literal, actual. This is all very literal to her. That God literally was going to come and thank her for all of her hard work and all of the good that she has done, because she is fighting tooth and nail on the front lines of Satan. And
that Katrina, that would be the patriarchal blessing.
How do you argue with that when you already come from a culture that lends itself?
So in Mormonism, like if you reach a certain stage of commitment to the church, you get what is referred to as a patriarchal blessing. It's where you go to the church leaders and they lay their hands upon your head and they give you a sort of insight to what your purpose is, like a little bit more individual insight. Like they'll tell you, like in this case, like, oh, you're meant to work directly with Christ. I heard of some people getting patriarchal blessings, like their purpose is to work with children. Their purpose is to go on a serve a mission, do this, that, or the other, just something that makes you believe you have a purpose in the church. So let's skip ahead a little bit. We're almost to the end of this segment.
The patient-client confidentiality rules in really egregious ways, right? Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
And the Salt Lake Tribune wrote an article about her in 2012 about this. And I was 18 or 19 years old. I made a public comment on the article online using my full name. And I said something to the effect, the comments are no, because it's been archived, I can't see the comments anymore. But something to this effect of, Jodi Hildebrandt is my aunt. I used to live with her. She's a monster. I can promise you this is not the last time you will hear about Jodi Hildebrandt. And everyone in my family saw it. And I guess
So back in 2012, Jodi Hildebrandt got in trouble. She had her her therapy license put on probation because she broke patient-doctor confidentiality, went to church leaders and told them that a member she was treating had a porno addiction, and that member suffered scrutiny and discipline and punishment from the church because of that. And that's why Jodi lost her license.
What happened is that Jodi dropped...
Is Mormonism theistic? Yes.
I didn't know about this until years later, but apparently after I made that comment, and I was also in the process of finding a lawyer to take her to court. I was getting ready to sue her for child abuse, and to go down the route of criminally charging her. What happened was she, I guess, dropped off her son at my grandparents', like in a tizzy, and left the country. And for like an,
Oh, that's weird.
For how much, like for how long, I don't know. And I don't think she even knew, but she just left the country after that comment. And the way that my family saw it is I was, again, ruining the family. And I got a letter, and my dad is not practicing anymore, but my dad is a lawyer. Was a lawyer for a really long time. And so I have an email from him. I looked it up a couple days ago. I haven't read it since I got it in 2012. And it is horrifying. But my dad wrote me this email telling me, like, what would your family think? What would everyone that knows you in Corona, what would they think? Like,
that's so weird that the family is like in on it too. This idea that Jesse is somehow a master manipulator and is out to ruin lives, so much that if Jesse actually speaks up about who Jodi really is, then they're seen as, again, trying to just like destroy somebody's life, which just isn't true. And this is giving a lot of insight to who Jodi Hildebrandt is and how the case is going to be treated moving forward with this being involved with Ruby Franke. Or as it seems, Jodi really is like the mastermind of everything. Ruby Franke had a lot of the same thoughts and feelings as Jodi, and that's how those two, ended up working so well together. They're working all together all the way to jail.
You publicly shaming this person is just, deeply embarrassing and emotionally immature. And regardless of how you feel about Jodi, like, this is no one's business, and now you're making it public knowledge. And this is like, think about your siblings, think about your cousins, think about your aunts and uncles. No one's on your side. The amount of shame, and I ended up not pursuing it because of that. And my dad also was just like, this is going to destroy your life. If you pursue this, it will destroy your life. And he's like, I say that as someone that saw it happen. The legal system going down this route will ruin you. Not like, oh yeah, let me support my child and help them bring to justice this horrible monster. No, what would people think about?
For Jesse to have a case with Jodi's abuse, I think it's definitely going to come after this other case with Ruby Franke, but I think it's definitely going to help, especially if Jodi gets sentenced.
What would your family think? What would your neighbors? What would the people in Corona who you haven't seen? Because my family didn't tell anyone what happened. When I got left, they didn't tell anyone where I was. I guess people...
Mark says, yes, Mormonism is theistic. The Mormon Church positions itself a New Testament of Jesus Christ from when he supposedly came to the Americas and taught the pre-colonial natives. Yeah. The Mormons believe that Native Americans are actually Jewish people. It's really messed up.
Wrote letters, never received them. When I finally did go back to Corona, people thought I had died. People thought I had gotten pregnant. People thought I was in rehab. The rumors and the accusations, I lost all of my friends because my best friend was so confused and hurt that I just
Wait, what about all the parents who left their children in her care and she abused them and they knew it and aided in the abuse of their own children? Yeah, well, that's going to be really interesting. I mean, because it's, with her having the email from her father saying, no, don't go down this path, that might also be used in the case.
Disappeared and with no explanation. And then and then the stuff that did come to light was so insane because all of this is insane and unbelievable. But then who's going to listen to a kid? Who's going to listen to an angry teenager? So it's just like that. I think that if it was just the experience with my aunt, I think I could have healed a lot faster. But then for 14 years of being gaslit into thinking that it didn't happen or that I was just making things up or making things hard or causing harm just to cause harm, because that's just what I do. I'm just this monster that causes harm. And yeah, there were definitely emotional repercussions from experiencing this level of abuse. And I do have complex PTSD. And
for no shit.
It's just, yeah, I don't even know how to succinctly wrap that up, but.
So if you want to watch the whole thing, go to Mormon Stories podcast. I'm subscribed to them on my other channel. Subscribe to them on this channel too. Mormon Stories podcast interviews a lot of ex-Mormon people. They have really good interviews. They also talk about Jodi Hildebrandt in this other podcast where he speaks to two therapists about Jodi Hildebrandt's ideas. This is also a really good one to watch all the way through. Yeah, this thing is almost 6 hours. I did watch this whole thing. It's pretty nuts. And the other therapist, there's like this other. Oh no, this is the wrong one. This is another guy. This is the I think this is the guy that Jodi lost her license over. It's an interview with him. So here's another person who talks about Jodi Hildebrandt's abuse coming forward. But there is another one. I think it's back here. Yeah, right here. Where there's he talks to two other therapists. Let's see, this lady therapist about Jodi Hildebrandt's ideology, her methods of practice, and also how the Mormon church ideology is influenced in that as well. So really, really good stuff. You should definitely watch all three of these to get an in-depth look. So, anyways, I think all of this coming out about Jodi Hildebrandt is going to be considered in the decision-making process of what to do with her. With Ruby Franke, you know, when they had that 30-minute court hearing, Ruby Franke didn't really put out a plea or anything. All she did was inform the court that, you know, apparently one of her own children is essaying other people and has been for some time, and I guess supposedly was looking at pornography when they were 3 years old. I don't know how that happens. Like, how is your 3-year-old looking at pornography? How are they getting a hold of that? Especially under the care of Ruby Franke, who is very strict and monitors and watches them at all times. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't think that's going to go well in Ruby Franke's case. I don't think Ruby Franke is going to be able to plead insanity, because when the police showed up to question Ruby Franke, she didn't act surprised as if she didn't know what she was doing was wrong. You know, she wasn't like, oh my goodness, you're here? Well, I didn't know tying up my kids was bad. When the police showed up, Ruby Franke zipped her lips and she was like, I'm only speaking to my attorney. And supposedly, I haven't quite found the source yet, but Kevin Franke said that Ruby had contacted him, something about needing to drop some kids off with him or something because there might be police getting involved. So Ruby Franke knew what she was doing. She knew it was bad, and she had a hunch that the police were going to come for her pretty much any second. And so when the police arrived, she was like, nope, I'm just going to talk to my attorney. So I don't think she's going to be able to get away with pleading insanity or anything like that. At best, she might be able to say that she herself was manipulated by Jodi Hildebrandt, which probably could go that direction, given everything else coming out about Jodi Hildebrandt and her like extreme past with trying to ruin people's lives all the way back to like 2010, and even further back, you know, with her experience with Jesse. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see this come to fruition and see where this leads. It's not going to be a quick process. This is going to take a long time. We're going to have a lot of updates on this. But I hope Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke fry. I really do. So, anyways, on to the next thing. Aliens! Oh my god, Mexico. There's aliens in Mexico. And apparently these are aliens. Real aliens. So we're just going to look into that. I have no idea what's going on, honestly. I'm just figuring this stuff out for myself. I have to pee, so take a minute, take a break. So, any follow-up thoughts about everything about we've been looking at with Jodi Hildebrandt? What do you think about Jodi Hildebrandt? How do you think the trial's gonna fare for her with all this coming out about her? You think she's gonna get the full hard sentence? You think maybe Ruby Franke might get away with saying that she was manipulated too? She might get a lesser sentence. Just maybe. Just maybe. But I'd like to know what you think. There's a lot of information surrounding this. Like it's just a constant shrubbery maze. Kate Paul says, "Oh, I saw something about this the other day and was wondering if it was just clickbait, but forgot to look deeper into it. What, the alien thing?" Elise says, "Abusive as fuck and horrifying." I truly believe that Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke have some serious psychopathic issues. Like, they really like hurting people. And the whole thing about Jodi telling Jesse that she has to make her hurt because that's how she's going to get the sin out of her. The more Jodi's like, the more uncomfortable and I make you, and the more tortured you feel, the more the sin's going to come out, and it's the way to purge the sin. I think there's like a big theme there of just like a psychopathic, and that's why I say, like, people are like, oh, Ruby Franke, she must hate children. I'm like, no, I don't think she hates children. I think she loves children in the sense that there's something that she can control. I don't think she hates them. And the same thing for Jodi. In Jodi's sick, twisted mind, in the way she thinks she's helping people, and that other people are just pretty much being ungrateful. Laura says, "Hard to tell how it will turn out, but I hope they both get the max." Yeah, so I mean, so far they have 6 charges each, and each of those charges can be a 15-year sentence. So, I mean, 6 times 15, you do the math. That's pretty much for the rest of your life. Pretty much for the rest of your life. I know the Mormon Church is definitely going to try and distance themselves from having any influence in the ideas of Jodi and Ruby. And as the cherry on top, I think Jodi and Ruby are in a relationship. Totally. 100%. 100%. I mean, for Jodi to actually see Ruby and Kevin for marriage counseling, and then going to the part where Jodi moves in with them, and then has the husband move out of the bedroom and them sleep in separate bedrooms, and said, like, even to the point where Kevin can't even talk to Ruby without Jodi being there. That just seems like a jealous girlfriend thing to me. Like, 100%. Weird people. I've been keeping a heavy eye on this because it's just like, because it's Mormon related, I think, because I'm an ex-Mormon, so like there's a lot of interest there, but it's just so astounding how many people are hurt in this process. Not just the kids right now that have been taken out of Ruby's possession, but like all the other people that Jodi Hildebrandt fucked up. People not even related to her. So Holo says, "I would assume that Joseph Smith must be the Jesus of Mormonism." No, because they still believe in Jesus. But yeah, Joseph is essentially the second Jesus. Laura says, "That reminds me of monks. Some sect I heard of who flogged themselves with a chain and barbed wire to beat the sin and demons out." Yeah, and yes, I think Ruby and Jodi were totally in a relationship. Yeah, totally. Jodi struck her daughter on the back of the head. It was Jesse who she punched in the middle of the back. I'm sure she struck her daughter too. I mean, if you do it once, I'm sure you've done it a few times. Who knows? That thing is just, it totally like blows my mind. Like the kind of shit Jodi did and said. And I believe Jesse 100%. And I think Jesse is a well rounded, like, individual. Jesse is non-binary too, by the way. I think we missed that part, but they are a they them, which had to have make it like really hard in that sense too. I know it's difficult growing up with the Mormon idea of what women should be doing and just not even being able to identify with that whatsoever. Um, what's up with all these crazy Mormon women named Jodi? I know. It is a pretty Mormon name, is it? There's some names out there that is just like, you can tell they're Mormon. Jesse is amazing. I think Jesse is a tattooer. Jesse tattooer. Yeah, so Jesse Hildebrandt, if you go to her, you should go to her Instagram and follow her, or them. Follow them and check out their work. I think it would be cool to get a tattoo from them. They draw beautifully. It's very like, it's like that traditional American style tattooing. Oh, they are so pretty. That is amazing. What a beautiful human to come out of all that. So yeah, go to Jesse Tattooer on Instagram, give them a follow, and keep an eye on them because they are an amazing person. I think they live in Seattle. Yeah. I want to, with this ex of Colleen Ballinger, this is totally a different subject. I would love to get like some, I don't know, summarized like version of it, because 4 hours is a lot, but I'm definitely gonna I'm probably gonna watch it like tomorrow or something. Alien bodies presented in Mexican Congress, pandas a stunt. What is going on with the world right now? Mexico City on September 4th or 14th. A UFO hearing in Mexico's Congress that featured the presentation of alleged remains of non-human beings faced swift international backlash on Thursday, with critics labeling it as a stunt and questions from officials in Peru where the apparent specimens first emerged. Why is this font so fucked? I don't know why. I just don't like it. Looks weird. It looks goofy. I don't know if anybody else is seeing that. Musan? How do you... I don't know how to pronounce people's names. How to pronounce... This is the person, right? Yeah.
pronouncenames.com.
Jaime Maussan.
Maussan? Jaime.
Jaime Maussan.
Jaime Maussan. Maussan. But it's Jaime. I know I've known a Jaime before. Anyway, so Jaime Maussan showed politicians at the hearing on Tuesday 2 tiny bodies displayed in cases with 3 fingers on each hand and elongated heads. He claimed they were found in Peru in 2017 and were not related to any life on Earth. Maussan made similar controversial claims in the past. The images from the congressional hearing, the first of its kind in Mexico, sparked international curiosity as well as substantial scorn. It sounds like Mexico tried to like have an alien hearing and tried to like one up America. I don't know. That's what it just looks like at first glance. It's like, well, we have actual bodies and we made them out of cake. Anyways. The images from congressional hearing, the first of its kind in Mexico, sparked international curiosity as well as substantial scorn. Former U.S. Navy pilot Ryan Graves, who also attended the hearing to share his personal experience of sightings of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or a UAP, heaped criticism on the presentation. Yesterday's demonstration was a huge step backwards for this issue, Graves said on the X social media platform formerly known as Twitter. I am deeply disappointed by this unsubstantiated stunt. This is ridiculous. You mean some motherfucker rolled this in and was like, this is an alien. Dude, it looks like paper mache. I have so many questions about this anatomy. Graves participated in the U.S. congressional hearings on UAP in July when he said that airspace sightings of unexplained phenomena were grossly underreported. Maussan said in the representation that the specimens were recovered near Peru's ancient Nazca lines and had been carbon dated by Mexico's National Autonomous University, and concluded to be about 1,000 years old. He claimed they were not related to any species on Earth. Similar such finds in the past have turned out to be the remains of mummified children. Oh, dude. You're digging up old mummified children and being like, check this out, it's an alien. That's just not okay. There's something just wrong. Like, you're defiling a grave. Like, come on now. Like, I know as a Neogenian, like, I know that you're not your body, you're not like when you die you disconnect from your body and your body's just a useless shell, but I still believe there should be like a lot of respect to someone's dead body. You don't just dig it up and throw some fucking like accessories from the Halloween store on it and say, look at this alien, in a serious congressional hearing. It's sad but also weirdly funny. I know, it's sometimes I laugh at things when they're so horrible. Like, that's my reaction. I laugh at it because it's so horrible. Like, who's gonna dig up fucking, like, old dead children? Oh, that's nasty. Anyways, Peruvian Culture Minister Leslie Ortega said no scientific institution in the South American country had identified the remains as non-human and questioned how the specimens had left Peru. Yeah, right? Because even if these are, like, if these are, like, based off, like, mummified children that they, like, altered or something, like, it's like, oh, hey, how did you get those out of the country? Like, we got some things about that, you know, there's got to be some steps. We got some policies. There is a criminal complaint from the Ministry of Culture against some people who had a relationship with these gentlemen, Ortega told journalists on Wednesday in reference to Maussan and his associates. I'm going to ask for this information to see what has happened about the removal of pre-Hispanic objects because I understand they are part of pre-Hispanic bone remains, she added. Maussan, speaking to the Reuters on Thursday, said his critics had yet to present evidence to counter his claims. Well, how can they? Can they test it? Like, there's no actual documentation that it was proven or tested and proven and carbon dated to be 1,000 years old. Like, we don't. What do you mean? It's like the burden of proof fucked up. It's like, this is true. No, it's not. Prove it. Well, you can't prove to me that it's not true, so very circular. Anyways. Maussan speaking to Reuters on Tuesday and his critics counter his claims. What they want is to take away the force that this discovery has, but only with testimonies, with questioning and without a single piece of evidence, Maussan said. We have been doing investigations for years. They want to come here and investigate they want to come here to investigate with just talk, okay? I'm confused. I am confused. UNAM, in a statement published on Wednesday that it first issued in 2017, said the work by its National Laboratory of Mass Spectrometry with accelerators, LIMA, was only intended to determine the age of the samples. They declined a request by Reuters to see the full study results or interview researchers who participated. It also declined to say how old its study had found the samples to be. Well, why are they doing that? That's sus. In a press conference on Thursday, NASA officials fielded questions about the Mexican presentation as they released their own report on recommendations for helping the Pentagon detect and examine UAP. David Spergel, former head of the Princeton University's astrophysics department and chair of the report, said he did not know the nature of the samples but urged transparency. If you have something strange, make samples available to the world scientific community and we'll see what's there, he said. Yeah, that's really weird. It's like, hey, we have these aliens and everyone's like, those look like shit. And it's like, well, we tested it. It's like, okay, can we see the documentation? No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the cake. I did see like a video. I think it was Susan who sent it to me, where it was like somebody like made a cake out of like, it looked like an alien. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. It's in my messages. My massages. Oh yeah, it's like this. It's like, it's cake. It's actually a cake. I don't think we can have that playing. That actually looks really good. That looks just like it. It looks just like it. I mean, they just as well have rolled in a cake. Ah! It's always so concerning with these cake videos. It makes me afraid, like everything is cake. Even I'm made of cake. It's made of cake! Here are the aliens, and we made them out of cake. Fact check. Aliens not confirmed by Mexican government in a UFO hearing. I can only imagine. An informational hearing for Mexican legislators to hear presentations about unidentified anomalies, which included a display of 2 purported non-human corpses, did not confirm the existence of aliens and UFOs as claimed in online posts. On September 12th, Mexican lawmakers heard testimony at the country's first congressional hearing on UAPs, including from UFO enthusiast and investigator Jaime Maussan, who showed 2 artifacts he claimed were 1,000-year-old bodies of non-human beings. Ahead of the public hearing, Congressman Sergio Gutierrez from President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador's ruling party said the session would be held to hear different perspectives from researchers in the U.S. and other countries regarding UFOs. However, after the hearing, a post on messaging platform X, formerly known as Twitter, said UFO... Oh, so sad, the days. We just have to call it X. It sounds like a porn site. Okay. Twitter said UFO and aliens confirmed by Mexican government alien bodies, alongside a video in which an unidentified speaker narrates in English while sharing clips from the hearing. Do we actually get an English narration, or is this always in Spanish? I don't know. I wish I would have paid attention to Spanish because I never took Spanish class, so what am I talking about? Pay attention to what? I need to learn more Spanish for my job. It would make things a lot easier if I would just put in the work to learn Spanish. Anyways, the congressional hearing was streamed live on the Mexican Congress YouTube channel, and it included Maussan's presentation of 2 tiny figures with 3 fingers on each hand and an elongated head. So here's the whole thing. It's like 3 hours long. So I just kind of I'm skipping through. I'm trying to get to the point where they reveal things. Now, I don't know a damn word of Spanish, and there's no translation option for it, which is I don't know where to find where I can do translation. Yeah, closed captions unavailable. So
al investigador Joyce Mantilla, que ha investigado este tema desde el primer momento. ¿Ya se descubrieron? Vamos a
So that is
descubrir
Jaime
en este
Maussan.
momento esos
And now he's
cuerpos
revealing the
que de
cake.
acuerdo a los científicos que van a declararlo aquí, son seres no
Oh, those
humanos
are really tiny.
que no son parte de
I
nuestra
thought they were bigger,
evolución
but they're like
terrestre,
this.
y que después de desaparecer no hay una
Try out Duolingo
evolución
Spanish.
posterior.
I think that's what Cassie does. Oh my god. All these important ass people taking time out of their day, meeting together in this place of like where they discuss actual serious issues of like
De acuerdo a
economy
la
and social
Universidad
climate.
Nacional Autónoma de
And this
México,
motherfucker rolls in
quien
here
realizó
with his latest
los
clay
análisis
project.
de carbono 14, estos seres tienen alrededor de 1000 años de antigüedad. Es decir, no se trata de seres que fueron recuperados en naves, que son estrellamientos, sino son seres que estaban sepultados en minas
It looks
de
like a 3D
diatomea,
printing of
tierra de
ET,
diatomea.
right?
La diatomea es una
What
alga
is happening
fosilizada con
here?
17 millones
How?
de
How does somebody actually, how are we, I don't want to be rude, okay? But this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I'm just like, I don't want, Halloween Mom, hi Halloween Mom, says, but they're so cute, I guess. For a cat turd. Carved out of soap in a prison shower. It looks like a cat's dried up turd sitting on top of like the cat box, like just lightly rolled.
antigüedad es fitoplancton que abundaba en aquel tiempo y al desaparecer se fosilizó, y la diatomea tiene características extraordinarias. Deseca a los cuerpos, no permite el crecimiento de bacterias ni de hongos. Por tanto, permitió preservar estos cuerpos por 1000 años desecados. No se trata de momias, se trata de cuerpos que están íntegros, completos, que no han sido manipulados en su interior y que tienen una serie de elementos.
He says they don't have bacteria or mold. Okay. Well, that's good. We wouldn't want that.
Que los hacen verdaderamente extraordinarios. Por favor, Joyce Mantilla, si quieres pasar por acá.
We found these in the desert, and they smell like sweaty cheese.
Por favor, adelante.
Yes, of course it's been debunked, but it's just, it's so, like, jaw-dropping that they seriously tried to produce this as, like, this reminds me of, like, the Roswell, like, pictures where it's like, look at this alien autopsy that we're doing, and it's like, dude, that looks so fake. Well, the thing is like when we did the conference hearing, like, hear about like UAPs, like that was really insightful. That was really like, there was a lot of concerns. I'm like, I have so many questions. I need to know more. Like, it felt somewhat like serious, but this is like, what are you trying to do? I'm embarrassed for Mexico. I don't know why they would allow this. Like, nobody checked in. Nobody like double checked to see like that this guy, Jaime, was, like, bringing these. Like, nobody checked in on that. Everybody got together and like, oh, let's hear the man out. And this?
Posición de mis colegas, que en este momento están obviamente atraídos por la sorpresa que les hemos traído. Yo normalmente estoy en la posición de ellos.
It literally looks like E.T.
Por las circunstancias estoy aquí.
Nobody wanted to do an X-ray first. I know, like, let me just bring these. Let me bring nothing else.
Muy buenas noches a todos ustedes, muy buenas tardes, depende del público también que nos está siguiendo a través de las redes sociales y la transmisión del Congreso. Es mucha la información.
Well, that's the thing, I guess he's done this before? I don't know. And used, like, mummified children? I'm so confused. Who is this man? Born May 31st, 1953. Jaime Maussan is a Mexican journalist, television personality, and hoaxer and UFOologist. Well, there you go. But how did they get into such a serious place? That doesn't make any sense to me. That's what's not make that is more alien to me than his idea of aliens. He studied journalism at UNAM and Miami University in Ohio, United States. Since 1970, he has been a reporter at various newspapers and broadcasting outlets, among them El Sol de Mexico, XEX Radio with Televisia. He worked at 24 Horas Newscast with Televisia. He was a correspondent at the United States and a general assignment reporter for the Domingo a Domingo, Sunday to Sunday program hosted by Jacob Zabludovsky. He also produced stories for the Sunday Show. In 2015, Maussan led an event called Be Witness, where a mummified body claimed to be an alien child was unveiled. The mummified corpse was later identified as a human child. In 2017, Maussan appeared in a video hosted by Gaia Inc., where a mummified body supposedly covered in Peru near the Nazca lines claimed to be a three-fingered alien was unveiled. On September 12, 2023, Maussan unveiled two allegedly non-human beings to Mexico's Congress of the Union during a public hearing on UFOs. And he claimed these were mummified corpses found at Diatom mine in the city of Cusco, Peru, near Nazca, and were believed to be more than 1,000 years old. Maussan claimed that scientists at the National Autonomous University of Mexico came to the conclusion that his words, the corpse, are not a part of the terrestrial evolution, and most third their DNA is of unknown origin. However, Julieta Ferrero, physics researcher at UNAM, stated the university never endorsed such claims and that Maussan's data made no sense. UNAM further republished their September 2017 statement, specifying that they did not make any conclusion as to the origins of the sample sent to them for carbon-14 testing, and that no other kind of testing was performed by them. Interesting. Ancient Peruvian mummy children should probably curse him or something. I agree. That is, like, defiling, like, children that have, like, they're like, I'm dead. What are you doing with my corpse? Put that back. That's where I believe in hauntings. When I die, I want to haunt somebody. Just put that back. Hide people's keys. Flick the lights on and off. I would be an annoying ghost. So, obviously, this is a hoax. I find it really silly that this man managed to take it all the way to, like, such a serious hearing. I mean, look at this. Come on. Come on. I want to haunt Donald Trump. Every day is Halloween. They acted like it's so real. I know. How do you commit to that? How do you commit to, like, a hoax like that? Like, you really, I don't know. Really have to take it there. I wanted to research just a little bit more. Let's see. Is there any videos on him specifically? No. Everybody knows it's a fraud. I thought this would be, like, a little bit more in depth, but I guess not. Hold on. I have to do my nose spray for my allergies. Ooh, that stings. Well, there we go. I think the world now is going to be... I feel like this isn't going to be the only, like, alien hearing we're going to have. There's got to be, like, more with this stuff. don't float around above the Donald's gold toilet. It smells like old KFC. Ew. Blech. Oh, I guess that was a short segment. Anyways, moving on. That was fun. Tucker Carlson. Recently, because, he's doing his show on X now, previously known as Twitter. And Tucker Carlson got a hold of a man named Larry Sinclair. Larry Sinclair supposedly had sexual relations with Barack Obama and did crack cocaine with him. And why are we looking at this? Because it's funny. And because Tucker Carlson is an idiot. And I feel like even Tucker Carlson knows that this guy is full of shit at this one. I don't even know why he's doing this. Like, why is this even happening? Anyways, we don't have to listen to the whole thing, but let's...
Amazing that Barack Obama got as far as he did. In 2004, the summer of 2004, Barack Obama gave the keynote address at the Democratic Convention in Boston. And when he walked to the podium, probably only a small percentage of people in the room knew how to pronounce his name. He was totally unheard of. No one knew Barack Obama at the time.
What do you mean people didn't know how to pronounce his name? It's not that hard.
He was a state senator in Illinois. 4 years later, he once again spoke to the Democratic Convention, but this time as the nominee. Meteoric doesn't begin to describe it. How did this happen? Well, the outlines are fairly well known, though rarely talked about. A small group of Democratic donors, mostly in Chicago, decided that Barack Obama was their guy. He was the vessel for their ambitions. They paid for his campaign. They paved the way for his rise. He spent 2 years pointlessly in the United States Senate preparing to run for president in 2008, and of course, in the end, he won. But the question was, who was this man?
Everything is difficult.
Where did he
come
from? What did he spend his life doing before he became president of the United States? Well, the news media, whose job it is to answer those questions, spent the entire 2008 campaign trying to keep you from knowing the answers. By Election Day, most Americans knew only one thing about Barack Obama, other than he was handsome and a good communicator: hope and change.
Other than he was handsome, had a perfectly chiseled jaw, and firm buttocks. Keep going on, Tucker.
But they knew nothing about him, his origins, what he believed, and legitimate questions about those facts were turned away, as they often are, with the claim, "That's a conspiracy theory. You're crazy. Shut up." One of the most interesting...
Well, spouting conspiracy theories and accusations isn't the same as, inquiring about his life. Like, hey, you weren't born in the United States. It's like, yeah, that's a conspiracy. Let's shut up. That's not asking him about himself. That's not being like, hey, where are you from?
Moments in the 2008 campaign occurred when a man, like Obama himself, came from out of nowhere to recount his experiences with Barack Obama, the man. His name was Larry Sinclair, and he told an amazing story. He said that in 1999, he had encountered Barack Obama in Illinois, had sex with Barack Obama, and then used cocaine with him. Sinclair went on to make these claims publicly.
I didn't realize consensually having sex with another adult and consuming drugs was such a fucking scandal.
He had the National Press Club in Washington to sign a sworn affidavit and to take a lie detector test. But he was dismissed. In fact, he was attacked. Obama shills
Maybe
like
don't
Ben
be a
Smith
racist
of
crackpot,
Politico
conspiracy theorist,
batted
and
the
political
claims
hack, Tucker.
out
Try that.
without refuting them. They're absurd. And the rest of the media followed suit. But the claims weren't absurd. We're not claiming they're true, but they were certainly credible. This was a first-hand account of Barack Obama's behavior by someone who was willing to sign a sworn affidavit to that effect. So the question is, whatever happened to Larry Sinclair? What's his life been like since?
I'm pretty sure Larry Sinclair has been known for, fucking lying, but we'll explore
That's
that in a minute.
That's an interesting story. It turns out Larry Sinclair is still alive. He lives in Mexico. But today, he's in our studio, and we're happy to have him. Larry Sinclair, thank you so much.
What's
Thank
up,
you for
Larry
inviting me.
Sinclair?
Where did you meet Barack Obama?
It was by accident. I was in the Chicago area in '99 for Lee Duke's graduation from the Naval.
It was a sweltering evening, one in which you could wear very little clothing, as to the accountant would stick to you.
Academy.
Who's Lee Duke?
He's basically my
Lanta.
godson.
Okay.
I had hired a limousine service.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you live in Chicago then?
No. I was actually living in Colorado. I had flown in the night before.
Okay.
So I had hired a limousine service, had made the driver aware that if Lee couldn't leave the base, because once they graduate, some of them actually get their assignments and they're shipping out and they can't leave the base, that I was still interested in going out. And had asked the driver if he knew anybody that was available that might want to show me.
Larry Sinclair? I have to pee again. Sorry, I'll be right back. Okay. Larry Sinclair. All right, let's go.
Chicago. And he said he did. So
Well, who was the driver?
his name was Jameer Multani. It was with 5-star limo.
So you're just a guy who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party, actually. Yeah. That's what you're really saying.
Yeah. Well, I was in town for a few nights, but yeah, I was definitely looking to party. And
Did you make that clear to the driver?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah, there was no misunderstanding.
How
between me
how direct were you about that?
and- extremely,
Extremely.
extremely.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no doubt what I was looking for.
Okay.
And he picked me up at my hotel in Gurnee and drove into Chicago, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. It was literally that casual.
Had you ever heard of him?
No.
Did the driver know him?
Yep. The driver definitely knew him because the driver said that he was a friend.
Interesting. How would the driver be friends with Barack Obama?
I only found out later, dealing with a reporter from Bloomberg
Mark, you're not
News,
supposed to give it away yet.
that apparently the limousine company had been doing business with Tony Resco, that at the time was somehow affiliated
Was
with
in
Barack
Obama's
Obama.
orbit.
Yeah.
Yes. Interesting. So he knew Barack Obama, and in his view, Barack Obama liked the same kind of partying you were looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. So sex and drugs and upwards.
Well, the sex part.
Tucker Carlson is like really against homosexuality. I don't know why he's getting this guy on to be charitable. You got search hits, and Mark, stop it.
Part I wasn't so sure about until, of course, you make your move, but it became obvious very quick. The coke part.
It became obvious very quick. You see, I gently fondled his left nut with my thumb and my forefinger and squeezed it gently like a grape, and he got the idea. You see what I mean?
I thought was interesting because of the way that I had brought it up.
So I'm stepping on your story. So you pull, and I apologize. So you pull up to this bar. The driver is basically scouting some dude for you to hang out with.
Correct.
There's this guy, Barack Obama. Have you ever heard of Barack Obama?
Never. Okay. Never. We're having drinks. I mentioned the fact that I could use something to wake up. I was extremely exhausted.
So you went into the bar.
Yes, sir.
What kind of bar was it?
I'm trying to remember. I've been trying to remember the name. I know that
gay
the
bar.
glasses had 3 X's on them because I remember taking one home for a friend of mine.
What, but I mean, generally characterize it. Was it,
It was
working class
up,
bar,
no,
a
it
gay
was
bar, strip
upscale.
bar?
It was upscale,
Yeah,
quiet.
yes.
Wasn't really that that really didn't have a lot of energy to it. It was
Yeah.
more relaxed, more like a lounge as opposed to somewhere where people would go and get loud and crazy,
Yeah.
which made it easier to talk. But like I said, when I brought up the fact that I could use something to wake up, he immediately knew what I was referring to, had made it clear that I was looking for Coke, and I really was, and had made the suggestion that he knew where we could get it, and we left to go get it.
Interesting. Did he say what he did for a living?
Nope. I had no idea that he was a representative in the Illinois House. I had no idea he was in politics.
Oh, yeah.
I just knew that he was supposedly married, and at the
Philip, like, the neighbor from Family Guy that's all pervy, Philip can do that voice really well. It's funny.
time was going through some issues with the mail.
Did he said that?
That was made clear. Yeah.
Did he say what kind of issues?
No.
Do you remember? No. So you said, I'm looking for someone to wake up. He knows you're referring to cocaine. I know where to get it. What happens next?
We get back in the limo. The driver takes us wherever it is that Barack had instructed him to take us. I had given Barack $250
You could come on over and mow my lawn in your short pants.
to pay for Coke. He gets out, comes back. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort.
And you're in the limo.
Back in the days when people would just snort anything off of a CD tray. There's a TikToker or a guy I follow on Instagram. What's his name? Rocks something? Silver Rocks. So he's a funny guy. I think he's Scottish or something, but this was his day and age. He was talking about when like anybody would snort anything off of a CD case. And so he said he did something really terrible, and it's a really funny story. So he said he Silver Rock said he did something really terrible, where he got like the pet egg, you know, that little plastic like cheese grater thing that you like get the like calluses off your feet with. You know, so if you like scrub the calluses on your feet and the skin, it goes through the cheese grater and it collects in the container and it's like a fine powder. So he took that and put it on a CD and gave it to some guy. I was like, here, snort this. And the guy snorted it right up and he's like, oh, what was that? And Silver Rock's just laughing his ass off. He's like, I always felt terrible for that, but that's what I did. It's a cheese grater for feet. That's what that makes me think of. And he started the whole story with anybody would snort anything off of a CD case. It didn't matter what. They wouldn't even fucking check. Makes me okay, no, moving on.
Yep.
Driving or parked?
No, the driver's driving.
Yep.
I start to put a line on a CD tray, and I just happen to notice that he pulls something else out of his pocket. And next thing I know, he's got a little pipe and he's smoking. So I don't have an issue with it. I mean, some people smoke, some people snort.
Smoking the cocaine?
Yes. So as I'm doing a line,
okay,
I just...
Call me naive, but I had no idea you could just smoke cocaine. Like, can you just take cocaine and smoke it? I don't do that, so I don't know. I honestly don't know what crack cocaine is. I know what cocaine is. I don't know what crack is, I guess. What is crack? What is crack? What is crack? What's the difference between crack and cocaine? Crack cocaine, a solid substance, gets its name from the crackling sound the rock makes when it's heated. Okay. Okay. Smoking crack cocaine produces a faster acting euphoric effects. Oh, so crack is coked that's been baked, essentially. It's crack is cocaine in crystal form. Oh, okay. And the reason they call it crack is because it crackles when you smoke it. But really, it's cocaine? So really, crack is just cocaine. Okay. I have done cocaine once. Like 10 years ago. Maybe more. And I did not care for it. Obviously, because I've never done it again. But yes, I did cocaine once. And it was not what I thought it would be. And it really, I mean, like, I had a good time that night, but, like, it wasn't, the experience wasn't profound enough on me for me to, like, try it again. I don't really care. I'm also just, like, I don't like to drug experiment. I don't. Like, I really just don't. Like, I barely do anything. Mostly I smoke weed. Which I don't think is a drug of any kind, really. I've tried cocaine. I've tried different pills recreationally. I do like mushrooms. I've tried salvia, but that's pretty much it. I don't want to experiment. I might try DMT one of these days, but it has to be under very certain circumstances. Like, I have to be with a friend or a loved one that I trust to, like, be my anchor. Salvia was just dumb. I don't know. It was just like, it didn't last very long and it tasted bad. I smoked it. I don't know. Everything just looked like, when I did it, like, suddenly everything just looked like clay. It was really weird. And I could see like if you were to sit at the bottom of an ocean and look up and see the waves, like, do that, like, I was seeing stuff like that, like, out of static. It was really weird. You do Tylenol? I'm just a stoner. I do like mushrooms, though. Those are nice. I like the way... I don't like to take so many mushrooms that it's, like, really takes me out of myself. I like to microdose mushrooms and just feel... I want to get to that... I like to get to that point where if somebody punches you in the face, you don't give a shit. You know? Like, that's the amount of mushrooms I like to have. Codeine cough syrup. I got prescribed that when I was sick once, and I loved it too much. I'm like, oh, if this is in my, like, possession, I would take it all the time. Codeine. That felt good. Kate says, I saw a whirlpool of lights and felt like I had a magnet on my stomach and everything was being sucked in on salvia. That's weird. Salvia doesn't last long. Like, you smoke it and it's like you experience something for like a few minutes and then it goes away. And then it's like, oh. I tried it with my friends once and we smoked it out of a weed pipe, and then I forgot we smoked it out of that weed pipe. I didn't care for it, and then later on that evening I went to smoke regular weed out of that same pipe, but it still had residue, so I got like fucked up on salvia again, and I'm just like, no, this sucks. Anyway, so crack is cocaine. We learned something today. We learn a lot of good things here on this channel.
This is the part where you kind of make your move to see where things are going. So I just started rubbing my hand along his thigh to see where it was going, and it went the direction I had.
You fondled his nuts. You didn't rub his thigh. You reached in and just gave his nuts a little bounce, like this. A little gentle. I don't know why I'm talking about that.
Intended it to go.
Don't listen to me.
So the night became somewhat active sexually and drug-wise in the limo.
So you hit on him. Did he seem shocked by that?
Not at all.
Yeah. I mean, if you're smoking crack with a stranger in the back of a limo, like, you got to imagine things might go crazy places.
Laura says, sad thing, Jan, is now I would like to try a lot of things, but I don't have any money and I wouldn't know where to get it. Plus, it would probably interact with my prescriptions. Yeah, honestly, it's like, I think we kind of missed the age where it was like you could trust the stamp that somebody gives you and the acid would be good. This day and age, I wouldn't know who to talk to. I wouldn't know where to go, and I wouldn't know if I could trust it. Like, they could sell you anything, right? They're like, yeah, this is crack, and I don't want to try crack. But I'm saying, like, if you did, it's like, how do you know it's legit? Like, I don't know how to go out and look for that. Just go outside and talk to people in the street. Honestly, talk to, if I wanted to go get cocaine, probably talk to all, like, the fancy business people downtown. I bet they got some cocaine. Street fentanyl will straight up kill. That's a little concerning.
Well, not only imagine it, I look at it this way. I've done a lot of crazy things in my lifetime. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I pretty much know whether or not I can move in a certain direction with an individual. I didn't feel that I was going in the wrong direction. I just wasn't so sure how much I could trust the individual at first. And that was probably one of my bigger concerns. But the fact that I was already becoming somewhat buzzed, you kind of throw caution to the wind.
You weren't sure you could trust the individual. What does that mean?
When you meet someone out of the blue and you go to a level that you're doing drugs with, or you're giving money to purchase drugs, or even for sexual activity, you have to be sure that you can trust them. And when I say trust, I mean that you're not going to end up being robbed, or that you're not going to end up having a knife stuck into you, from one direction or another, or that you're not going to pull up somewhere and all of a sudden the car door is going to open and you got 5 people pulling you out of it.
Totally.
That's what I mean when I say trust someone.
And you've been around at this point in your life, big time.
Yeah.
Right. So probably not your first.
So you're a big slut, right? And we don't slut shame here. There's nothing wrong with being a slut, but he's slutting around.
Time in a situation like this.
Not at all. And that's why I said I pretty much know where I can go and at what point.
So you start rubbing his leg and I think, I'll just be totally blunt with you, like a man who's not into gay sex would be like, whoa, settle down.
Trust me, if it was something that you were not interested in, and you're right, I've had guys that I read wrong that would literally try to break your hand.
For sure.
If you went in that route. So
Tucker's like, yeah, I mean, if you reached across the table to me now, I would break your hand.
It's not like this was something that he wasn't into. It's not something that he was shocked by. Shocked by, you don't get excited and you don't unbutton your pants and you don't just sit there and let it happen.
Yeah.
So it definitely wasn't Barack's first time.
Just unbutton and let
that
it go.
much I'm absolutely certain of. And I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't his last.
So you performed oral sex on Barack Obama. You did.
You slobbed on his knob.
In the driver's up front?
Yep.
And he's cool with this?
The driver has the partition up. He didn't have a problem with it. He didn't put it down for any reason.
I mean, he kind of set up the whole thing for this in the first place.
Exactly. And I have a funny feeling he had no bones to pick with it as far as what took place in it.
Yeah. So what happened after?
Afterwards, I actually went back to my hotel. I had specifically asked that he drop Barack off first, but for some reason he and Barack chose that they would drop me off at the hotel first and then he would take Barack. So Barack actually made the drive out to Gurnee, which is a suburb outside of Chicago, to the hotel for me to be dropped off.
What hotel was that?
It was the Comfort Inn in Gurnee.
Ooh, that sounds depressing.
Well, you have to remember it was 99.
Yeah.
This conversation is so ridiculous. This is like, I am losing my mind at how ridiculous this is.
And it was close to the Great Lakes Naval facilities.
Yeah.
But I got dropped off. They left. The next day was somewhat interesting because he ends up showing up at my hotel room, which I thought was somewhat weird, but
He wanted some more. Mm-hmm. So when you say he showed up,
he showed up. I mean, I had no warning.
He showed up.
I was in the room. There's a knock on the door. I open the door, and he's standing there. And he's standing there with more Coke, and he comes in, and it was just like a quick, rehash or rerun from the night before.
exact same program.
Exact same program.
Was he smoking again?
Yep.
So Barack Obama smokes crack, and then you perform
Yep.
oral sex on him.
And
Laura says, last time I trusted somebody who had made pop brownies. I don't know what the fuck they put in them, but after one little bite, I left the planet. Taurus appeared, and I knew a bunch of answers to life in the universe. That's funny. I think I've told this story, like, probably a few times on live streams, but there was one time where I went camping with my mom and a bunch of her friends, and she made, what was it? Muffins? I think it was little muffins or cupcakes or something. But she made them, it was like zucchini muffins or something like that. So she made that, and she passed them around to her friends, and she told them that they're special. She's like, these are special. And so they're like, oh, cool. So they like had the muffins and stuff, and then later on she'd be like, so how does that feel? And they're like, man, I'm really feeling this. Like, I'm really feeling this muffin, like I'm feeling something. And so anyways, people were acting like they were stoned. And people were actually getting stoned too, but they were thinking that the muffins were special in that way. And at the end of the evening, my mom revealed to me that the special ingredient was actually applesauce. Like, she replaced butter with like applesauce, like a cup of applesauce or something like that. So she told her friends they were special muffins, and everyone thought, oh, that meant like pot. But she's like, no, it's applesauce. My mom's a funny lady.
And like I said, the only reason I had come out about it is I had reached out to the campaign even in 2007, only because I saw all these kids getting excited about it.
Okay, wait. So how did that end? Like,
Same way. So you get off, you finish smoking, you leave.
like, thanks, bye?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. What did you think of him?
I thought it was interesting. I thought he was definitely a con. But
What do you mean by that?
well, in my life at that point, you made it clear I had already been around.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. So when people are
My mom does rock at parties.
doing things because they actually really enjoy it, or they're sincere, or they're looking, for a connection, or they're doing something because they're looking for an in, or they're looking for a hook, or it's a game.
Yeah.
So for me, I felt that it was a game for him. It was like, okay, what am I going to get out of it? Or is there something I can get out of it other than just, the sexual part?
Right.
And lucky for me, I wasn't going back to Chicago anytime soon, so it really didn't matter.
So you were left with a bad taste in your mouth.
Something, yeah. Yeah.
Did you talk to him again?
I did not. In fact,
And did you have any idea, even though you had sex with him twice, you did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice, you had no idea who he was?
I had no idea who he was until I'm sitting in my house in Tequila, Nayarit, Mexico in 2004, and he walked on that stage
In Boston?
in the DNC convention, and I literally hit the floor. I just hit the floor and was...
Wait, so you're watching the Democratic Convention from Mexico?
I was laughing.
And the guy that smoked crack in your comfort inn with you?
I was laughing so hard.
And you were sure it was him?
I was absolutely positive.
Bullshit.
How?
I
He
don't
knows it.
forget people.
He knows. Even Tucker knows this is full of shit. Like, come on.
I don't forget people I have spent.
Like, what are you
time
doing,
with.
Tucker?
I just don't.
What are you doing?
And just to restate, because I think you affirmed this, but he used his real name when you were with him.
Yes,
Did he call himself Barack or Barry?
Barack.
Barack.
And so did the driver. And that's why at first when everybody was referring to him as Barry, I just didn't understand or catch on. Because like I said, I didn't know that much about him other than the fact that, hey, you know, you hook up, you know, today it's Grinder. Back then it was, you know.
The limo driver.
Yeah. A limo driver or a bartender, you know. You ask and somebody knows somebody or somebody doesn't.
Amazing. Amazing. So you're sitting there in Mexico watching this and you think, that's the guy I had sex with who smoked crack it with me.
Yep.
And what do you think?
Like I said, I just started cracking up. I freaked out. I had even pointed out to some friends of mine that were at the house that night, and I told them, I said, you're not going to believe this. I said, I blew this guy twice. You know, and they just start cracking up. But that's the thing about me. I've never been in the closet. I've never hid. I mean, I'm always very direct and blunt. Yeah. And, you know, and I'm just like, this is unreal, you know? And I had no idea that he was going to run, you know, in 2008. But I was back from Mexico. But it was a strange feeling sitting there watching him walk across that stage and realizing who he was.
Huh. So what did you do? You said you reached out to the campaign?
Well, I didn't do anything in 2004, but when he announced his run
Why would you do that? Why would you call a campaign and be like, I fucking sucked this guy off?
I did reach out to the campaign and...
That's where the bad taste in his mouth came from? Oh! Oh, come on. Woo! But ching.
2007, because I had seen a lot of these college kids talking about how thrilled they were, how there was a candidate who was completely honest about his entire life, his drug use, you know, what he did when he was in school. You know, the constant back and forth. 1 minute is, yes, I did cocaine when I was younger, or no, I never did cocaine, but I smoked weed. So I just simply pointed out that all I was asking was, look, why don't you just simply come out and say, I did coke and I've done it as recently as 1999. You know, just tell the truth. Put it out there and be honest and let it stay as the truth rather than this back and forth. Never did hear anything back from them immediately.
Who did you reach out to? Do you remember?
I reached out to actually David Axelrod's office in Chicago.
Oh, I don't know. I have to pee again. All right. Hold on. This is really funny. Like, I don't, like, how is this a serious thing? Well, nothing serious on Tucker Carlson. And honestly, I probably could have chosen another subject, but I want to end the evening on an entertaining note, especially after all the heavy stuff with Jodi Hildebrandt. I like to try and leave somewhat on a good palate cleanser.
Chicago, I'm trying to remember the letters because it was actually 3 letters.
And did you say I had sex with Barack Obama?
This is the interesting part. My first contact with the campaign never mentioned the sex whatsoever. That was actually brought to my attention by someone who eventually reached out to me in late 2007, claiming to be with the campaign, but wasn't with the campaign.
What do you mean that was pointed out to you? So you never told anyone in the Obama campaign you'd had sex with Barack Obama?
Not in 2007, no.
Interesting. But they knew?
Yep.
Lord.
Well, that's weird.
I'm assuming Barack himself because the phone calls that I got
Palate cleanser, he needed one.
in late 2007 came from a gentleman that I have
You guys are so fucking funny. I love it.
repeatedly identified as Donald Young. And it
Oh,
was
I love
Donald
you all.
Young who had mentioned to me that the campaign was not going to acknowledge the sex and the drug interaction. And I was somewhat taken back because, like I said, I had never mentioned the sex to the campaign at all at that point. I had in 2008, but I had not in 2000.
Okay, that is amazing.
Okay.
And I want to get to who Donald Young was in just a minute, but I apologize for being a bad interviewer, but let me just ask the obvious question was, what was Obama like on crack?
Actually, and I hate to say this because some people are going to think I'm really crazy. I knew a lot of people that smoked it because I was in Miami in the early 80s when it became quite popular. Similar to a friend of mine that I knew in Miami, gets extremely high, calm, almost euphoric. And then as it starts to come down, you know, the twitching and the looking, anything that looks white that's sitting on the seat or the floor, you assume is another piece that fell off that, you know, you can pick up and smoke. But while he was high, pretty much the same.
Pretty controlled.
Pretty controlled, euphoric, talkative, but not really saying anything.
So it was like his presidency.
A lot.
Was he,
Oh, Tucker really thought that was a zing, right?
your impression, and of course you would, strictly speaking, no.
I just don't even, you know, it's like people always, like, people like Tucker always go back to Obama, like, oh, it's Obama's fault. Like, it's been over for so long. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Oh, but was it your impression
Get
that
over
this was
Obama.
the first time he'd ever smoked crack?
Get over
No.
it.
No. You don't, first of all, you don't buy crack, get in a limo, and have a pipe in your pocket if it's the first time you smoke crack.
Yeah.
You just don't.
Great. Yeah.
That makes
Obviously. Yeah. Yes.
So I've read about your story to the extent it's been written about, not very much. But I'd never read that Donald Young, this man Donald Young, called you and told you that he knew you'd had sex with Barack Obama.
That was the contact in late 2007 that I had that originally came under the guise that they were part of the Obama campaign.
So who was Donald Young?
Donald Young is a choir director and a school teacher. He was the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church in Chicago, the same church that Barack Obama went to. He was also a very openly gay black man, but very well respected.
Did you know him?
I had never met him. I had not even realized that the person who was communicating with me had been killed until a good 2 months after.
So I'm going to get to that. So Donald Young is the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church.
Yes.
And is it publicly confirmed that he knew Barack Obama?
Oh, yes. Yes. Donald Young's own mother has repeatedly said that she feels that her son died to protect Barack Obama.
Oh, what the
It's
fuck?
just interesting that
That's a little
Donald
too deep.
Young would have called you. He's not working directly for the campaign that we know of.
Exactly.
But somehow he has a copy of your letter. It sounds like maybe Donald Young was on cleanup duty.
Somehow he has my phone number. Exactly. And that's exactly what it was. Because like I said, the first calls were, I was led to believe that he was with the campaign. the last conversation that I had had with Donald Young, he had actually come clean and said that he had been asked to call me and that his job was to get as much information from me as far as who I had spoken to, who I had given any information to, and to get that to them. He had told me to be careful, to watch myself, and to understand that the Barack Obama campaign was not in any way, shape, or form going to acknowledge anything or come out about anything. And he had made it clear that he had known Barack for quite some time and had had an intimate relationship with Barack for quite some time.
He told you that?
Yep. And that's when I knew that I could at least trust what I was being told. Originally, I had made it clear I didn't feel comfortable with the phone call because something just didn't seem right. But after a couple of calls, it started to all fall into place.
This is also full of shit. This guy is so full of shit.
Myself.
Wait, so you didn't know Donald Young existed?
Nope.
It sounds like you're not very political anyway. You weren't.
I wasn't at the time.
And you were just annoyed that Obama was talking about cocaine and lying about it.
I was extremely annoyed.
But the sex part had nothing to do with it.
No.
Then Donald Young, who you don't know, never heard of, calls up and says, by the way, I know you had sex with Barack Obama. I did too.
Yep. Pretty much.
Full of shit.
I mean, this is a longer conversation, which we're going to have in a minute, but I mean, Obama has a wife and kids, and he's telling America what a great family man he is. Is that a lot? What do you think of that?
Well, you know.
And this is where the homophobia comes in. Because it's like, if it, which I highly doubt it is, but let's say it is true. What does that have anything to do with him being a family man? Like, they have their traditional family man views, but it's like, who gives a shit? So Obama back in the day did some cocaine and got blown in a fucking back of a limousine. So what? So what? Who gives a shit?
In 2008, I made it clear that Obama was having marital problems in '99, and everybody in the world said that I was crazy, didn't know what I was talking about. And yet, what was it, 6 months ago, Barack Obama comes out and tells the world that exactly what I said was the truth. In 1999, he and Michelle came very close to divorce. Really. 15 years later, what I say is the truth, but 15 years earlier, I'm a liar and a fraud. It's interesting how things eventually come out. But yes, believe me, I've known guys that were completely...
Larry, you honestly look and seem like a person who's just dishing out the tea on fucking everybody.
Happily married that will screw around with another man.
Astro, hello.
On a weekly basis and think nothing of it.
Huh.
Yeah, the Zoom.
Is it your sense that that's who Obama is, just transactional, or that he's bisexual, or like, what is this?
No, my feeling that Barack Obama is probably, he's definitely bi. I think there is a lot of transactional qualities to him, because I think whatever he does, it is looking for a hook or looking for a benefit.
Yeah. That's consistent with his public persona too, I would say.
So it's true.
So
it's true. It's all
Donald
true.
Young calls you actually end up, sounds like you kind of like and trust Donald Young.
I did.
Did he say how long he'd had a relationship with
him? He had just said that they had been intimate for years.
Intimate for years?
For years.
And what happened to Donald Young?
Donald Young was shot dead in his apartment, second floor in Chicago, Illinois. I think it was December 23rd of 2007. According to the police report and the death certificate, multiple gunshot wounds, close range, no forced entry, second floor apartment, yet not a single resident in the building heard a single shot, but yet they can hear every shot that's fired in the street outside. Jeremiah Wright announces that Donald Young's dead earlier that morning, even before it was announced.
This guy's conspiracies are so heavy, he broke both his wrists.
Even before he was...
and lost his teeth.
I mean, a lot of it just didn't make sense.
This is all public, and you can look this up, and it's still on the internet.
think this guy is the one
tell
looking
us
for a
about Donald
hook. I
Young's
mean, why
mother.
is he even bringing this stuff up now?
Norma
Exactly.
Jean Young
What's the point of bringing this up now?
actually is a
Why didn't he bring it up during his presidency? Like,
former Chicago Police Department employee.
Really?
Really. She had worked for the Chicago PD. I had spoken with his sister Lorraine shortly after I realized that he was the gentleman that I had been speaking with. There were people at the time that were attempting to have Lorraine and other members of Donald's family file criminal complaints against me with Chicago because they wanted me arrested. They were trying to get the family to say that I was trying to con them or something. To my knowledge, they never did any such thing. But at the same time, I continue to respect Lorraine and the rest of the family. But Mrs. Young had finally come out and told David Nelson, who was a reporter that I knew out of Minnesota, that she was convinced that Donald had been killed, that his death was to protect his friend Obama. And she confirmed.
really? People are dying over cocaine and blowjobs? Are you fucking kidding me with this? Over a blowjob and cocaine? So this guy that died, or Donald, supposedly had like a relationship with him. Like, what? Well, he's dead. We can't actually know what the fuck actually happened.
That they had, in fact.
Next thing this guy's going to say, once he fucked a little old mummy in Mexico and it got pregnant with eggs.
Been extremely close for years.
I mean, did she confirm that they'd had sex, Obama and Donald Young?
Her confirmation wasn't referencing, or she did not specifically say that they were sexually involved. She just simply said that they had been intimate friends for years.
But she believed the Obama campaign was responsible.
She believed that his death was due to protecting Barack Obama.
From what?
I made the same argument that people said, well, how are you accusing Barack? I said, I'm not accusing Barack of anything. But I said, I'm willing to bet my life that Barack Obama and Jeremiah Wright both know or have knowledge of who killed Donald Young. There is no doubt in my mind about that.
Well, this was a guy who was clearly going to be the next leader of the world. You know, people kill each other over insurance claims, over bar fights. There's a lot at stake here. I have no knowledge of this.
Over the world? Leader over the world? What the fuck is he talking about?
By the Obama campaign or its allies, but it's not. It's not a crazy thing to wonder, obviously.
No, and the only thing after I realized what had happened with Donald Young, the only thing I'd ever asked was the same thing that I had done. And I said, you know, if you want to accuse me of being crazy, you know, release your phone records. You know, turn over your phone records from your phone in '99. Turn over your phone records.
Oh my God, 2023. Can you imagine trying to dig up phone records from 1999? Is that, I mean, maybe you can, but that would be such a pain in the ass. Like, would those records even be available anymore, or would they be so archived they're like inaccessible? That doesn't make any sense for me. I could, like, I mean, I didn't have a cell phone in 1999. When did I have my first cell phone? I think I was 18. Yeah, I think I was 18 when I had my first cell phone, and that was 2008, maybe? 2007, 2008. But trying to get records of even what I texted back then, that seems like impossible. That seems like where do you even access that? I think maybe I was with T-Mobile my first time. The guy looks like a child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That guy is fucking creepy. I was talking about this like not too long ago with somebody. If anybody's ever seen the movie Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, it's like an old classic. But there's like the child catcher guy in there, and when I was a kid watching it, it creeped me out so much. Dude, this guy comes into the thing and he's like talking to little kids. He's like, ice cream. I've got lollipops. I've got ice cream and lollipops all for the little boys and girls. Like, it was fucking terrifying. Like, even as a kid, I'm like, this is bad. Like, stranger danger. What the fuck? Like, I don't know if any of you have seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but it's like one of those musical shows. Oh god, who was the star of that? Oh, Gene Kelly? No, I don't know. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang cast. Who was it? Dick Van Dyke. Fuck, how can I forget that? Dick Van Dyke, Sally Ann, Heather Ripley. Yeah, all these, like, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. It's that old-timey movie about the car that can, like, fly and take them to, like, magical places. Dick Van Dyke was iconic as fuck. Wasn't Dick Van Dyke also in Singing in the Rain? Was he? No, that was Gene Kelly. Okay, that's where I got mixed up. Because at first I'm like, Gene Kelly was in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. No, Gene Kelly's in Singing in the Rain. It's Dick Van Dyke and the other. Dick Van Dyke was also in, wasn't Dick Van Dyke in the original Mary Poppins? I think he was. He was the chimney sweep. Anyways.
For the last year. I mean, it's that easy. If you've got nothing to hide.
Mark's like, that's from my childhood or something. No, I was talking about, like, really good old movies. Like, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. There was Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. That one was intense. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks got into, like, fighting Nazis and shit. It was, like, really, I'm like, this is intense. What was the one show about, I can't remember his name, Mr. something Opus or something, I don't know. Remember the show about the guy who would turn into a fish and then he helped, like, take down that, like, war-timey, like, submarine? What was that show called? You know what I mean, right? Somebody's got to know what I mean. The really goofy, like, nerdy guy. Mr. Holland's Opus. Yes! Mr. Holland's Opus. Where the guy, like, turns into a fish. Cassie says, I loved Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. That was a great movie. It was really intense, though. It was crazy. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Oh, remember, oh yeah, my roommate's texting me. Remember The Incredible Mr. Limpet? Good shows. These are good movies. These are top-notch movies. If you haven't seen them, you need to look them up. I'm sure at this point you can watch them for free. I like those old-timey, like, musical movies. Like, I love The Sound of Music. I love The Sound of Music so much. That's a good show. It's really long, but I love it. And I love to sing along to it and everything. Like, I'm the type of person you could take to a Sound of Music, like, play. Mr. Limpet. Julie Andrews, exactly. I have confidence in sunshine. I have confidence in rain. I love that song, the confidence song. I have confidence in me. Anyways.
Not like they're going to be made public. Turn them over to authorities. Let them investigate. Let them look. But no.
So now seems like a fair time to ask about your motive. So your initial motive was you were annoyed because you believed or you knew that
The hills are alive with the sound of music.
Obama was lying about his drug
Fucking love
use.
that shit.
But then after the Donald Young exchange, where he brings up the sex that you had with Obama, what was the point at which you decided, I'm just going to bring this to the country, I'm going to go public?
Well, in January of 2008, after having contacted the campaign yet again, I had decided, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to make a YouTube video and put it up, which I did. It wasn't because I was looking for anything out of it. In fact, if I had even stopped long enough to anticipate the blowback and the
blowback. Oh, you anticipated the blowback, all right.
consequences of speaking out. Me being me, it probably would not have stopped me. It might have slowed me a little bit, but it would not have stopped me. But
this guy is a queen.
I figured if you're going to call him out, you can't call him out on part of it. And people said, well, why didn't you just talk about the drug use and leave
Good night, Elise. We love you. Kiss, kiss. Good night.
the sex out? And I said, because if I said he just used drugs and then you found out later it was drugs and sex, you would accuse me of lying because I didn't mention the sex. So my opinion was, if you're going to tell the story, then you tell the whole story and let the chips fall where they may. So that's exactly what I did.
And so you made a YouTube video. By the way, I looked for it last night. I couldn't find it.
That's because YouTube gave access to my account to someone shortly after the polygraph test. And
Polygraph tests are full of shit. You know, polygraph tests, like, they can give false readings. Like, they're really not accurate or dependable. Like, they're not. Like, they're just nonchalant for the show.
I was never given access back to it before the video was actually deleted.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, YouTube gave access to the account and the video was deleted. Microsoft gave access to my Hotmail account and all of my emails were...
Oh my god! I can't believe I forgot about Hotmail. Y'all remember Hotmail? That was like the place, like either Yahoo or like AOL or Hotmail was like, wow. And then it went to like MSN, I think. And then at one point it was like live, like you'd have your email address, blah, 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 live.com. That's amazing.
Circulating the internet, and vacation replies were set up on my email telling people that I was busy giving blowjobs and would get back with them when I was done. And oh yeah.
Man, they wanted Obama to be president.
Yep, and they wanted me to be the biggest fraud and nutcase that ever existed.
Which you are.
So I got to ask you, I mean, you know, I wasn't there. I can only assess what you're saying. I don't see any obvious motive for you for gain, financial gain. You're not going to get rich doing this. And in fact, you haven't. You've gotten impoverished.
Oh. Now we're going to be charitable to this guy and say, oh, you're not doing this for the financial gain. But any woman that comes out and says, hey, I was assaulted by a person, suddenly it's like, oh, you're just doing it for the money. You're just doing it for the fame. Like, funny how we're charitable here and we're not in those instances.
As a result of it. But like, if I'm a reporter, well, I was a reporter at the time, I remember thinking, well, that's an interesting story. But it seemed like nobody in the media wanted to follow up
smells
with
like
you.
a nut,
And some people, like Ben
like a nut.
Smith
It's
at
a nut.
Politico, who's a liar and a shill posing as a journalist, I reread the piece last night that he wrote saying, oh, it's ridiculous. Right off the first graph, it's ridiculous,
Right.
these claims.
Charitable
Well,
there
I think
unless
I
it
have an
comes to a gay
answer
bill.
for why a lot of reporters did not want to follow up. And I think it would have something to do with what David Axelrod told a old Chicago Sun-Times. reporter, or no, a Chicago Tribune reporter, John Crutzen.
Axelrod had been a reporter in Chicago before he went into politics.
Well, John Crutzen worked for the Chicago Tribune. And John Crutzen actually came to Duluth, Minnesota and sat down with me and talked with me. And John Crutzen had told me point blank that before he had flown out, that he had spoken to Axelrod, and that Axelrod had told him that they were aware of who I was and that it was their intentions to destroy me.
Good night, Kate. We love you. Have a good night. Sleep well, honey. We'll see you next time.
And that if any reporter had mentioned me to them, they would be completely cut off, and that outlet would be completely cut off from access to the Obama campaign for the duration of the year. So I think that had a lot to do with why reporters didn't bring things up to the campaign, because everybody wanted access to, you know, the new savior. Nobody wanted to be blackballed and denied access to a history.
All right, I think I've had enough of that. We're going to watch this little thing about this guy being a fraud, and we're going to have a little palate cleanser, and then we're going to say goodnight. But I have to pee again. Why do I have to pee again? Anyways, I'll be right back. Yahoo and alt Hotmail were easy to break into. Yeah, that's funny. All right.
Next, we're going to talk about this new. Next, we're going to talk about this new Tucker Carlson interview. And at first, I didn't even want to give this any oxygen because it's so absurd. But I think that it's worth talking about here because it's going to get oxygen no matter what we do. And I think there's some incredibly important context that people need to have before the full video airs. Mm-hmm. When I saw this going around on Twitter, Tucker put out this clip teasing this interview with a guy who says he had sex with Barack Obama. I'm like, what? I'm like, wait a minute, that guy looks familiar. Is that Larry Sinclair? This absolute notorious fabulist and liar and con man from
he's a liar.
2007, 2008 days. And so I think Tucker has not put out the full interview. Maybe Tucker includes all that context and dismantles him by the end of it. It's not what it sounds like from the trailer that he put out. So play a little bit of that, and then we'll talk about who this guy Larry Sinclair is and why it's important that we understand what his backstory is, since this is probably going to get tens of millions of views on Twitter, or if you believe that counter. But even if you don't believe the counter, you think it's inflated by 10, it's going to be a lot. And so let's roll a little bit of this clip.
You're just a guy who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party.
Yeah, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort, and next thing I know,
the music makes it more intense.
So I just started rubbing my hand along his thigh to see where it was going, and it went the direction I had intended it to go.
Even though you had sex with him twice, you did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice, you had no idea who he was.
I had no idea who he was.
Let me just ask the obvious question. What was Obama like on crack?
This is way too intense. Oh my God, the dramatic music.
Is just transactional, or
the
cuts. He's bisexual, or like, what is this?
It definitely
the flashes, flash.
And I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't Islam.
The guy's running for president, and
what the fuck was that? Like the oopsie, I don't know. Like I gotta watch that again.
Or that he's bisexual, or like, what is this?
It definitely wasn't Barack's first time, and I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't Islam.
Right there.
The guy's running for president, and credible information comes out that he's smoking crack and having sex with dudes. That seems like a story.
Well, it would be a story if the media really cared.
I would hope that people could see that and just see how little sense all of it makes. Like he gave him $250. Like they meet outside a bar, all of a sudden he's giving him $250. Then somehow crack shows up.
Yeah.
Like just the details on its own don't make sense.
Side-eye.
What didn't he go by Barry
Side-eye.
at the time, not Barack? So this is inside the four corners of the guy's story, and the best parts that go up, like to me, it's not credible, like not making sense.
From the trailer.
Just from the trailer.
And he's dropping the interview, what, Thursday? So tomorrow? Is that what it is?
That sounds right, yeah. But now Sinclair himself basically spent most of his adult life in and out of prison for fraud and for lying, for writing fake checks.
Juicy.
For all sorts of other, like,
Stealing tax returns, forging signatures.
Yeah, con man type crimes.
Yeah.
If you notice the byline on this, Ben Smith, my old colleague at Politico. I was at Politico.
The Politico.
At this time, the Politico. His attorney, or I don't think you'd call him attorney, you had to call him spokesperson because he'd already been disbarred at this point. At the time was Montgomery Blair. Montgomery Blair Sibley, who people can kind of Google him too, just an extraordinary kind of figure in our politics, like this, like gadfly. He represented the D.C. Madam, and I worked with him on a story back in 2007. So that's another reason I remember this, which involved me like calling him and him answering the phone. Like that's what I mean by working on the story. And he said a couple funny things, and I quoted him. He also told, and Ben has this in his story as well. He told a judge in 2004 or something that he couldn't show up for sentencing or couldn't show up for his trial because he had terminal disease. That was 20 years ago.
Like your poodle when he's feeling suspicious. You have a poodle? I didn't know you have a poodle. That's cute. Little noodle poodle. Poodly noodle.
Clearly he's still alive.
Yeah, I forgot about that part too.
Like you couldn't, and he also, he booked the National Press Club during the 2008 campaign trying to get the media to pay attention to him. And it didn't work because he was never able to produce anything that could even remotely show that he and Obama were even in the same area at the same time.
Right.
Like you have to have something.
His name is Jackson.
And so not only did he have nothing, no corroborating witnesses, no people that he told over the years.
And for real.
If you were trying to construct the backstory of a non-credible person, you couldn't do better than this guy, who's just who's been charged so many different times for crimes related to lying and deceit.
It's not a good start. It's not a good start. And the other thing is...
So that's why I wanted to talk about this, because I think as kind of untoward as it feels to even air those allegations, they're going to get aired. And I'm curious if you're taking this, I think it's a cynical move by Tucker Carlson here, because he understands that in 2008, there was the internet. He did put his stuff on YouTube, and it got almost 1 million views or something. But the mainstream media and the conservative media as well was still playing a gatekeeper role. And there are good elements and bad elements to this gatekeeping.
Yep.
And I think Tucker knows now that the gates are off. And that he's going to be able to like basically put this into the bloodstream, and tens of millions of Americans are going to believe it without ever knowing this backstory. I mean, maybe he'll put it in the interview, but a lot of people won't even get to the end of it.
And here's the interesting context. This
funny names we give our pets sometimes. I once had a horse named Comanche Hedrubuck. That's cool, Laura. I had a snake called Phineas. That was just funny. He was a good snake.
Is why I think the Barack Obama, this is like we're going into the 2007, 2008 fever swamps where there's all kinds of stuff circulating. The primary, there's plenty of dirty tricks being played by the Clinton campaign. There was plenty of wild stuff coming out of, even conservative Oppo dives, like
Clinton
crazy.
Oppo dives.
Yeah, Clinton Oppo dives, like crazy stuff was circulating around back then. Because Barack Obama's had like an interesting life. He lived in
all right, I'm bored. So pretty much this guy, Larry Sinclair, is a known con artist. He's been in trouble with the law in the past, and there is in no way, shape, or form that he's credible about his story with Obama. So I don't know what Tucker Carlson is doing, but he is, I don't know. I don't even think Tucker Carlson, like, knows what the fuck is going on. Anyways, so we're at the end of our night. We're just gonna have a little bit more of a palate cleanser, just watching some funnies, and then we're gonna, like, sign off. And so we'll play the game where, I don't know, I try not to react. I don't know if we should we do the top one or the bottom one? A or B? A or B? Should we watch video A at the top or B at the bottom here with the lips? A or B? Make it quick. Make it quick! Cassie says A. Laura says A. A or B? A or B? Let's just do A. All right, we're doing it. You got grass all over. Oh shit. He squirted her in the face.
Okay.
Oh no, she's gonna fall over. Yep. Oh! Oh shit, she got undressed!
See, that's what it's actually fine. Yeah, he's fine, he's fine.
He's fine. Oh, what the fuck? Why would you do that?
Come on.
Oh. Ooh. Oh. Some of these, I'm like, sometimes they show, like, something about somebody getting hurt, and then I'm like, is that funny? Like, haha? Like, that person almost died? Haha? Haha? Or should we be laughing? I don't know. Oh my god!
Let's go, man.
Shit. They say when you're on the beach, and this is true, you should never turn your back on the ocean. Like, because waves will come in and out, and then sometimes you'll get, like, an extra big wave. So, like, when you're on the beach, like, don't take for granted that the waves are gonna stay where they're at.
Get out, mate.
Oh, what the shit?
Open the window. Open the window, Dad. Stop!
I can't see anything. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Stop!
Dude, how do you not see that? How do you not see that?
You idiot!
How the fuck do you not see that? Oh no. Come on, really? I gotta rewind that. How? Okay, how? Okay, so you're doing golf inside your house. You got, like, minimalistic style decor. You got a glass table over here. You're swinging towards your glass doors. Like, what the fuck are you expecting to happen?
You idiot!
Yeah, what the how did you not, like, how did you not think that was a bad idea?
He's on the spray. Cool. Here we go. Pounce, pounce, pounce. Yes! Boom! Found him!
Oh!
Jackpot! Jackpot! Get him! Yes! Get it.
I love seagulls so much.
Oh. You okay?
Happy birthday, dear Ellie Mae. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, he blew it in his nuts. Oh, shit. Oh, how did they not get hit? That was crazy.
Oh.
What?
You alright?
Yeah. At least you didn't lose your fish.
I slipped and fell.
Oh. 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 Whoa. Oh. Oh, this is... Oh. What the fuck?
Roll the window down, buddy.
They're like 14.
That's not legal.
That was funny. He dropped his little bum right in the puddle. I gotta see that again. Right in the puddle. His little britches right in the puddle. Oh. Oh, how unfortunate. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Just go with the flow. No, I love that. I love it how he just, yep, just lay there. Just take it. Just give up. let the current take you where it be.
Oh, come back in. Go. Get in there, buddy.
Oh my god, there's a spider! Ah! Oh shit. Oh dude, you just hit him. Dude.
Pull the over, dude.
Yeah, pull the fuck over. You just hit my fucking car. What? Oh. That's shit I would do. Boosh. Oh my fuck! Oh my fuck! Unplug it! Unplug it! Just unplug it, turn it off! Unplug it! What the fuck? That's really stressing. You know, have you ever had the moment where you're washing your clothes in a washing machine and it goes to the spin cycle and the load is like off balance and then all of a sudden your washer's like ka-junk, 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 and it's making this god-awful noise and you have to like run into it all like in distress, like trying to stop the machine. Has anybody done that? Have you had that moment where your like washing machine is out of balance? Am I crazy or does that just happen to me? Do I just suck at laundry? Answer me! Laura says so many times. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's so distressing. Mark says, I've seen washing machine walk from an unbalanced load, but I've never seen one run for its life. Especially the older machines. Yeah. Like, if you do not distribute the weight of the clothes in it evenly and it starts spinning, it can, like, be lopsided as it spins, and it sounds like your house is going to explode and you're going to die. Like, it really does feel like that. Oh, that's... Oh, that sucks. Mildly funny. Oh, I want a goat. Goat. It's a goat. How is that guy in a tub? What? Oh, puppy.
Hey, look at me.
Oh. Oh. So my washing machine right now kind of sucks because like at times it will get like out of balance, but it has a lid lock. So if you run into the room and try to open the lid to stop it, like it doesn't open, it locks. So you have to press the stop button and you have to hold it down for like 3 seconds. So like your washing machine is going crazy and it's going to explode and you're all gonna die. And you have to hold the button in for like 3 seconds as it's doing that. It drives me nuts. You can't just like open it. It locks. The lid locks. Yeah. I'm like, why? What? Why do I need to lock the lid? What if I want to throw myself in there and die? Like, come on. Give me that right. Give me that option. A drone. Oh no. Oh! Oh. Oh. What happened? Your hair is stuck in the... Oh, your hair is stuck. Oh no, her hair is stuck.
Oh, we're probably gonna have to cut it off. No, really? No, I'm kidding.
Ah!
This doesn't sound promising.
Alright, let's do one more. Should we do one more? Let's do one more. We're gonna do one more. Let me grab another drink. Oh no, not elephants. Elephants are scary. They're so fucking big.
Oh my god, I got that on video.
Раз, два, три.
Yeah, you good?
That looks fun. I would play with that. I would fuck with that. That would be fun. No.
Go. Yeah. Oh, that.
It's okay, Sparrow. We're just having fun right now before we sign off, so nobody has to pay attention. Oh, that's actually pretty talented. Oh.
You okay? You alright? Fine, I was worried it was gonna land on you.
Whoops. The puppy is so happy. You punched him in the head. Oh no!
الساحة تاعهم بو الوسط على لابو
algo se pegó.
She just cracked the egg on his head. Ah, he's like, what the fuck?
Оп, ты стой!
Uh-oh. Oh, hey. Hey, treat. Hey! You took the treat. Oh, shit.
Yes.
Oh, shit. He hurt his ass. Good night, Mark. We love you. Sleep well. Mark, are you posting anything tomorrow? I think Mark might be premiering a video tomorrow, maybe. If you want to drop the link to your YouTube. I don't know if you're planning on that. Yeah, see you soon. Are you premiering tomorrow? Tomorrow night I'll have something new. Yes. All right. So Mark, drop your link to your channel. Everybody check out Mark Vanderpool's channel, the Neogenian Whisper. And we're going to have a new video tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. Oh.
Damn, big lady, you eat.
There you have it, Neogenian Whisper right there. Oh my god. Oh shit. Whoops. Oh, Bushman. I love Bushman. Oh no. Oh, that was right in his face.
It's just not rideable.
Oh, the cat! Oh, shit. What? I gotta see that again. The cat, like, out of nowhere. Where did the cat come from? Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. He's getting ready to jump. Whoop! Up. 102. Oh, shit. I hope I live to be 102. I really do. Oh no, lady, please stop it. You're ruining it. Lady! She's committed. She's committed the whole way. She's like, I'm doing this.
And many more.
Move the camera.
What are you putting ketchup on? That looks gross. Did you take out the filter thing? There's like a seal. Yeah, there's a fucking seal on it. Laura says, I don't think I want to go 102 in this avatar. I don't know. I want to be so fucking old that the people that love me, that are my family at the time, they're going to tell me, they're going to be like, die. Just die already. And I'm going to be partying it up in my wheelchair. Like...
baby, just got my little fish fillet from my Adonis, baby. I'm so hungry. I eat all.
I'm not sharing. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, you're gonna get kicked out of the bar for that. What are we looking at? Ah! There's a mouse. I would freak.
Go.
Hey. I don't think. Wait, if I try.
Is that a raccoon? That's a raccoon. Lady, get away from the raccoon. Get away from the raccoon. Party trick? Okay. Is that her dad? That's her dad. Yeah.
This is us before Disney Dragons. Are you alive? Oh, you gotta sit a minute. Sit a minute.
I hate spinning rides. Like, those kind of rides, I hate. And I feel like I'm always stuck riding those rides with the one friend who does not stop turning the wheel. I fucking hate that. I'm just like, stop, I'm gonna barf. Like, I hate spinning rides so much. I can handle roller coasters. I can handle loop-de-loops and things like that. I don't care. But rides that just sit and spin, I can't fucking deal with that. I don't have the equilibrium for it. Like, I get sick as shit. Like, I instantly get nauseous.
This is us.
Getting closer to it. You're nailing it, dude.
Ew, what the fuck is that? Ew, what the hell is that? That looks like shit. No, there's no saving it. No, there's no saving it. Yep. Whoa. Oh. Oh, the bird just fucking flew.
Steaming hot. I got the facts in this backpack, the facts bag. Ooh! Platinum plaques. I can get you quite a few of those, because I got no distractions. I got no hoes. Hoes, Santa, Merry Christmas. Even though it's August,
the delivery driver won't give us the food till we heard him laugh.
Take me inside,
I'd be mad. I'd be like, you're not getting a tip. Oh, look at those kitties. Who the fuck are they? Oh no. Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. Immediately love me. Oh, it's a bird. He's a bird. Oh, lub slub. Ooh. Uh-oh. 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 Oh. Ow. That hurts my ass just looking at it. Ow. My ass. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. That does not look right. That looks like it's going very wrong. Ew! She's down and they're like posing with her.
الله أكبر الله أكبر يا بوار. أنا نفسي أسأل سؤال، بتروحوا مصر ليه؟ ده على أكل المصري عندنا.
What's he doing? Oh, shit!
Oh. Yeah. Wait, you actually looked on camera.
Oh.
You okay?
Oh, it's a lizard. Treats. Oh, that was not graceful. Oh, that fucking sucks. Oh. Well, that's a pretty place. That looks beautiful there. I want to go there. Looks like a beautiful sand ocean. Oh, he's still going. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. No. Oh, no, we're not happy about that. No, not this. Oh. That's funny. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and live streaming with me. Thank you for hanging out with me, catching up on what's going on in the world with Jodi Hildebrandt, or Jodi Hildebrandt. Jodi Hildebrandt. Jodi Hildebrandt is way worse than Ruby Franke, in my opinion. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this court case goes. I highly suspect that Ruby Franke's defense case will be about probably like how she's manipulated by Jodi Hildebrandt. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. It's not going to finish very quickly. Like, it's going to take a long time for us to figure out what's going on and for them to be sentenced. But we're going to keep on top of that. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody, for coming and hanging out with me today. It's been a fun evening. Thank you so much, Laura, Astro. Thank you to our moderators, Cassie, Mark, and Susan was in here a little bit. We had like 30 people in the chat at one point today, which is like on the high end for us. You know, we're still small, but we got it going on. We got something. So I know, let's see, Spiral was in here, Tyler. I'm trying to scroll up and just thank everybody, the Holos, David, everybody who was in here today, thank you so much for supporting. It really means a lot to me. And for the rewatch crew, for those of you who are watching this live stream over again, thank you so much for your support. Please leave a comment below and let me know what you think about some of the topics that we're talking about. Anyways, tomorrow we're going to have a new premiere by Mark on his channel, The Neogenian Whisper. And then Monday, I believe, will be a Morgue live stream. So I will see you then in the chat. So once again, thank you all so much. I hope you have a lovely weekend. Take care of yourselves. And we will see you next Friday. Thank you so much, everybody. Really enjoyed this time. Love you all. Have a good weekend. And take care. All right? All right. All right. Bye, everybody. Goodbye. 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 Mwah.